I see life of a different face. Did many things, I swear I never showed my face. I'm living in the friends, never break through my defense. Hustling for dough, and you know what, I'm just getting the things. Breaking all the thoughts, well you know what, I do Jehovah. I saw the picture, hand vision on my throwback. Never wanna pull up in this thing like Range Rover. I swear to God, my mama called me, boy, just sit down and you just try not remember. I believe in life the way me like it, and I'm hustling for dough, you know me, know they panic. And all my jiggers, they please, they been hustling. Try to make hustling, you know I just the party. Party after party all day, all night, all day. You find him always. I'm the only one not spending money like it's always. Oh no, just come to show, we tryna showcase. Yeah, 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 one love.
Hey people, it's your host Happiness, and this is episode 2 of Save the Rapper. I've got 3 talented artists with me who are going to be going all out in this rap battle show, and then you will be picking the winner. Alright guys, we've got NZ Boy, we've got Tommy and King Cody. Buckle up your seatbelts as the battle begins in 3, 2, 1, let's go! Let's give it up for Tommy!
Yeah.
Woo!
Say shit Gemini 10 out of 10. You fucking rough shit 10 out of 10. I let my boss the diligent men. I did it of course, what do you expect? I've been to the more as a nigga's drop. Got millionaire, I go answer the head. Got my ass reload, my knees on the floor, drop tears, but never drop in. I'm with it, one knee off a bar me jar. I'm with it to the side with jar. To fuck with dome, my pound with Fabio Rotoli, with family jar. I want Kali Power Bar. I like Kuba, Dumbuba, a shaky. I be getting more by more job food when I get the check on the PD. I ain't sure no messy like I got PP. These niggas are shit, they ain't doing like me. All Grace nigga, I did it. She did this on space 2 weeks, never send the text over a baby. I never did naked. I got left right option like I'm with naked. Willie M's my flow, diligent. My rhymes are system, up dismissed. That case irrelevant. Got daily, no time for extents. My rush with pistons. I never got a gift from Santa, but I came through always with a merriment.
When I step her back in the hood, for the people that I know that she lose. Why you hate those things? She call on my phone, no one, but you did it twice. But the man them feeling shy, but I know them niggas are sly. Got a Glock right in my hand, when I shoot you fucking dead. When you make me shed some tears, I'ma make you shed some blood. I'ma place you 6 feet below the ground, you pull up those things that's red. You be dripping hard insane, but the niggas got no fame. I be holding my heart a thing, pull up, you know that life is a game. Stepping up life of a gangster. Doing stuff, not a porn star. Man, I got fun, selling 5-star. I be dripping hicks in the play star. Trying one, no place things in my basement, but she hate that. Tripping red all around. I be signing deals, but niggas flex that. When I'm flexing off on the daily, call me honey, call me baby. You know I'm on that metro, but the niggas kept on booming. But the niggas think I'm a player. You can call me Cole Palmer, cause I'm still sitting in the basement for the beer at the clay there.
Spend money, G-bag in the glance, I'm a born superstar in the world, look at that. I'm the king that be talking about, got my force to the ground, Biggie head up the box. I'm ready for series of fast and a large flashback over days with the dice. Sick and tired of valleys around, I am here too, I'm here cause vengeance is mine. Was a thing, I'm a blow, feel it deep in my soul. Outside the yard, all this grinding, steady grinding for Miami, feeling me, doing me so lots to do. And see the already know, pushing me around the globe, you know the good. That's the rhythm and the flow, everybody don't sleep on the bass will cause some blow. I just wanna talk about the vibe, you know, say me giving the vibe. I won't give it this the new night. Oh no, just when I talk about the vibe, I'm just feeling this on the mic. Keep blessing, oh no, yeah. Dance to the rhythm, I'm blue all night. I go my lane in the studio for night. You know everything when the shout tonight. I'm just shouting this thing, I'm July. Never ever wanna talk about the money. I've been making money every money to corruption every time levels the weed, if it's a courage to the turn, even try to the ridicule. You know what? I'ma try doing the lyrical. I'm the one that become got my principle. When I hear the beat, I fucking hard like now, that's my principle, yeah.
Round 2.
When I touch you, baby. 911 couldn't save you this time. You snitching on your brothers, couldn't test you all night. You snitch on the homies while you flexing this time. Internet got some real life pussy. Why you testing? Come say it to my fucking face. Got a glove in my head, man, you fucking waste. Keep a knife in my pocket, I'ma take the state. How to fucking catch a mother, you can call me cut it. Holding up with my feelings, but I'm busy recording. I ain't fucking with no shorty, but I know they could call me. Doing stuff, pray to God, but the niggas transform me. God star save, Jesus save, niggas and flooded. He doing stuff, I ain't got no flow. Niggas got no claw, doing stuff, man I got a cuff. Niggas feeling stuff, I sure I dead, but I saw a cuff, ready for the toe.
I see life of a different face. Did many things, I swear I never showed my face. I'm living in the friends, never break through my defense. Hustling for dough, and you know what, I'm just getting the fence. Breaking all the thoughts, well you know what, I do Jehovah. I saw the picture, hand vision on my throwback. Never wanna pull up in this thing like a Range Rover. I swear to God, my mama called me, boy, just sit down, you just try not remember. I believe in life the way me like it, and I'm hustling for dough, you know me, know they panic. And all my jiggers, they please, they been hustling. Try to make hustling, you know, I just the party. Party after party, all day, all night, all day. You find always. I'm the only one not spending money like it's always. Oh no, just come to show, we tryna showcase. Yeah, one love.
Yo, Mali, he record, I'm tryna vibe in this shit. I'm tryna do me, getting off where it happened, this niggas. They're tryna play down my effort, but I'm proud of this wins. Comes a lot of courage here to take part in this wins. Keep my demons closed, only time I get inspired. I've been down through the mud, I've been tryna get up. Yeah, speaking on my name like these niggas better than me. Probably I lose skin, all these niggas think they thicker than me. And speak on my name, I've been walking out, these niggas guessing. Speak on my name, I'll teach niggas lessons. I before they speak on my name every time I get on mic. I'll be dropping bars, they always steady. Yeah.
Round 3.
I ain't yet to beef niggas lower than me. Stepping up in the game, but they capping something.
Okay.
Doing many stuff, but they hating on me. Why you testing, making 8 figures, niggas said it. 8 millions, the niggas stupid. You think you're wise, but they clearly. The man them hear me, he from the bag, but they chillin'. You came and spinning, the niggas block while you chillin'. You acting fleeting, you doing up while you waffling. Stepping up, the niggas tryna flip. That is mighty holding off with those teams, but I know they're acting weird. Put it to those teams, but you tryna come my way. There's no pain, I no gain, but you never gonna profit.
Yeah, we came to preach love against all odds. King Cody, my brother, call me my God. Swear to God, we hustling, hustling for one, you know. I just came in for something, and that is one love. Yeah, never wanna go to the rapid goes. In the person and the father goes. First I told beat to one the coke, and I'm going to see me to catch a code. I'm feeling cool and I'm feeling good. 22 is feeling cut good. I just came to drop out, I'm not a good. I'm not a rapper, I'm not a good.
I remember coming out the trenches, pray for blessings, go on my knees, tears out of my eyes, and I pray for that, I pray for G's. Before these niggas ain't on me, I just wanna get this peace. What the fuck is beef? I'm tryna get this peace, I'm tryna live my life. Yeah, understand why niggas mad, never been on level. Tryna get this bag, but my mama call me a rebel. Understand this niggas always talking about this level, when niggas rapping, but it's mom rap. I never had nothing on the set, that shit hunting bars.
Final round.
Okay, yeah. Man, born for the do, man, born for the do, man, born for the do, never come here to joke. Ha, I was only for the rap, I'm with the go, get them all, moon puff, Colorado on the loop. Yeah, never slept on the bicycle. DTs never goes on the tricycle. Was every tape is a tactical, bag, I can't kitty, but the article. Was I never met all the teams when the shots on the team, yeah, your web, I'm pass all the gene, keep me sleep. You know if it's the craft, to get out in the blues, get my craft, get my rap, the team's still the police. Never wanna sleep on the things I was not, never wanna sleep on the things so bad. You know, every time man I came to play the game, you know, say me no come not rap. You know, mind and don't say I never wanna stay joy. Dealing with the times to trust the curtains. Every time I wanna count my blessings, no stressing.
Yeah, when you offer to the boy, them tricks, when you offer track, but then you're cool, one kid. When you pay, call me your bride, I must be crazy, yeah. Call me your sky like a BBB, my craft the one, you can keep playing, they put together like an EB. Action, no go at the fast shotgun, don't test my niggas, don't para one ball, who tired. My X6 still in the Naya, play with the devil, yeah, I go fire. I pray my homies go higher. Shit, make a 10 them, on the story they be. When I did summer from PTSD, sack bar for what shit, GCSC, they ask fruit for my way in the sea. If I pata lamba, I'm a cocoa for skill, papa. At the break, I'm shake, I'm be a coca, ikiga, smoke cold like a day for Zaza, force for Grammy, you know that. Many in the poem, Machiavelli, also my hands, cause nobody day when they come for me, they will come for me when they come around, but fuck these souls, I go bomb on me. Okay, kiss stay, niggas don't know me. Make them know now, see the beef for me. Anytime go to boys, they go press free play. One game, nigga, wait at the pin. Put my shit on, put it. Veronica, how they wanna speak about you, nigga? But I'm up, how you nigga, chiga, my nigga, dig deep, money day, why they don't. Debbie Caesar.
Yeah.
Man, I been chasing my paper. Doing so tough, no taper. Eyes on my neck, but the man, them I'm hater. Triple red niggas and flakes. I doing when it's tough, but I try one on FaceTime. Holding my feeling, they hater. Fuck all the demons inside when I trade them. Doing so tough, trying to trigger life of a taker them. You ain't doing so tough back in Washington. I be holding my feelings, they killing me. But the niggas ain't trapping, they hitting me. What the fuck were you telling you waffling? But the niggas ain't trapping, you hitting me. For the back in the west, they hitting me. For the back in the west, but they hitting me. Say, call me honey, niggas tryna drip it in it bag. For the bitches tryna put it all around, they finish stand. Doing stuff, you acting stand, you acting place, and pull up my pains. Put all them money, man, hitting those things, but you know what I did right up under the bank. I making aims, I taking no serious, the money be stocking some things on the piece. Pull all the nigga, be begging me, please, he hitting those things, but I know that she leave. Doing so stuff, man, I'm spitting some bad, he holding my feelings, she know that she clean. Mother be chilling, you calling me honey, I know that the nigga be fucking me sick. Calling me honey, I know that she calling the man, they be funny, I know that you honey, you testing those things, can they call you on your mommy, the man, they be trapping those things, I ain't sure it. Pull all the niggas and throwing in some, you holding my feeling, but I know that it's something. Holding my hands, they calling me babe, you calling me Kimba, you calling me Cuddy.
And that's a wrap, guys. But who do you think is the best rapper? Let us know in the comment section. Woo! To the next episode.
Fagbo, Fagbo, it's your canal. I didn't feel that for my head. See, unboxing, the back of the. Woo, guys! It's another day, another episode, and this one I'm particularly excited about. You'll find out very soon. I got me a talented rapper. You know, if you know that he's Nigerian, probably be thinking this boy from like the US or like, you know, just somewhere abroad that is not Nigeria, all stuff and all of that. But he is Nigerian born and bred, and no, find out his real name today. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, drum roll please, Waystar. What? What the fuck was that? Do it again. Are you a cheerleader in school? No. No, like he was giving cheerleader. Anyways, hi Waystar, welcome. How you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. How about you?
I'm feeling great, but you sound like a robot. He's giving robot. But let's first off, we have to talk about your feet, right? It's hard. Did you style yourself today?
Yeah.
You did, like your friend gave you insight, or your stylist? Do you style yourself?
I wear a lot of Nigerian streetwear shirts.
Okay, so like which brand? No, I'm not giving free promo. Just joking. Anyway, so let's go into it real quick. Why did you start music? How did you start music? When did you decide you're going to start music?
Music was not always what I was doing.
Okay.
I used to play ball, but like I used to freestyle a lot, and like people would record the freestyles and videos will always go viral. So it was just one like hidden talent I always used to have at the back of my mind. So, like wow. I didn't really want to push music, but when push came to shove, I was like, you know what?
It's just the music.
Yeah, this is the easiest thing. I'm always the best at, so I was just like, okay.
So you were doing like, you were playing football like professionally?
I was trying to, but it was too stressful, man. Music was just easier. This
is giving Fola, like I feel like this conversation is deja vu, because he also told me like he was gonna be like a pro footballer, but like he went into music.
Yeah.
So you don't have the cliche story of I started in the choir and then I started singing. So like when officially did you start singing? Like when did you decide, okay, let me just go into music, period?
Like last year. Like that was when I was like, okay, bro.
Like last year?
Yeah.
What?
Because everything prior to that was very unserious. Like I was very unserious about it. Until last year.
Bro, like honestly, God has favorites. Because what do you mean? What do you mean last year? So people have been in this industry for 12 years. Nothing. And we have Waystar. So like what do you think? What do you think made you stand out?
Don't take it the wrong way. Like I've been practicing for years. So it's not as if I just started last year. But like last year was when
did you drop your first song?
My first song? So now it depends. I've had like a phase before. I used to be Kid Baby. Like I think the first song I dropped then was in 2022.
Okay, that's still 3 years back. It's still quite short.
But I took it off streaming platform.
Why you didn't like it?
Yeah, like that wasn't who I was anymore. You get, so now my first
Official song as Wave
official
Star.
song, my first official song as Wave Star came in 2024.
That's last year.
Yeah.
So obviously I'm not interviewing Kid Wavy, I'm interviewing Wave Star. So you started last year and you have caused quite a stir in the industry. What do you think makes you really stand out, that like caused all of that? You know, like every Wave Star is doing everybody's faces, like everybody's like poof, 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 Wave Star. What do you think is that thing that gives you an edge?
Being like I not like I like putting myself out there, but I'm just subconsciously always out there. So I think that's something people should emulate.
Are you like an introvert or an extrovert? What would you say?
I'm very much an introvert, but somehow I always find myself like in the conversations. I feel like it's just a thing where you should always make sure like you know what's going on, because I always make sure I know what's going on. So
Okay.
you know how to use it to your advantage, whatever situation it is.
Okay, so like obviously this caused quite a controversy online. The whole Wave Star Sarain crossover or something like that. How did that happen for you? Like, how did that come to be from your perspective?
From my experience, it's the same. So you know, everyone knows how Seram's come up was. It was very fast and very, some would say unfair. I personally felt at the time it was unfair. Because most of the guys that are popping out from the underground scene, we're always friends. And like we always used to, you know, wish we had the platform that Seram just randomly had. And nobody wanted to speak on it because everybody was afraid. So I was like, you know what, let me risk it.
Okay, so when you say unfair, what do you mean unfair?
And the platforms he just had now, like the whole there's just props. Is it props they call it, or just like cosigns you get? They just be like, oh, this is the next guy.
Okay, I get
what. Like, how is this the next guy? We've been grinding since. To be fair, I don't think we should be thinking like that. But at the time,
it's life. Like you can't help how you feel about it.
So.
But like right now, do you still feel like that, or like have you felt like, you know what, everybody's just pushing their own thing?
Everybody just that right now. I just feel like you shouldn't be really concerned about another man's pee. Like just focus on your work.
That's growth. That's growth. Shout out. Okay, so let's talk about like your career so far. What would you say has been the highlights that made you take a step back and be like, damn, I think I've actually come far?
Yeah, I feel like it's this particular Escalade Dizzy song. Because to be honest, like I've said it that when I told my brother that when we're going to collab, I know it's going to hit 1 million streams. Like it was so obvious. Even in the song, we started saying million ways. Like the song, funny how the song was supposed to be called Million Ways.
For real?
Yeah, but the part that blew up on TikTok was the Escalade Dizzy part.
So you just like, let's just make it Escalade Dizzy.
But when I now saw how fast it got to that and even surpassed the expectations I had, I was like, wow.
How'd that make you feel though? Like how did you seeing that song blow up so much?
It made me feel, it felt so real. I was like, wow, this song is actually going global. That was crazy. Like I was hearing my voice in places I don't think.
It's true? Like, is that actually weird? Like walking into random places and just hearing yourself sing and you're like,
walking into random places on the internet, I'll see like, oh, they're playing it in Washington, I'm playing it in Paris. I was like, wow. Thank God, Sha. It's crazy. I swear.
You said we thank God, Sha, bro. That's crazy. Okay, so like when you decided, okay, yeah, I'm gonna go into music and all of that, what did you foresee for yourself? And do you think that you have, at least surpassed a bit of that?
I just felt like if I was going to make this like a career, I have to go all out. Because like all the greats, like all the people I look up to, they went all out.
Who are those people that you look up to?
I look up to Tyler, the Creator. I look up to Crow Santino. I look up to Playboy Carti. I don't just look up to musicians, I also look up to like people in other fields as well. Like in wrestling, I really loved Jeff Hardy. People like that are so extreme with their art. Like I just feel like.
Oh, okay. So you just like are.
I like people that push boundaries, people that aren't just there, you feel.
Yeah, if you're going to describe your music, what would you describe it as? Like, if you're someone asks you what's the genre of music that you do, what would you say?
To be fair, when I was younger, I always wanted to be a drill artist, but as time went on, I began discovering other parts of myself, and I just realized that, I mean, I think I could do anything, and I want to show the world that. So for now, I wouldn't want to say
Put yourself in a box and say this is what I do.
Yeah.
That's actually smart. Giving PR answer, we're like, we'll take it. Okay, so like, what's your favorite part of being like an artist that's like blowing up right now? What would you say is your favorite thing about it?
You know how people in school, they get commended for like their academic excellence. I really love it when people tell me how my music has touched them in one way or the other. It's always like nice to see that, that song you wrote about something that happened in your life, somebody actually relates to it and touched them.
I feel like that's so nice. Speaking of school, academic, are you like done with school? Are you still in school? What's that like?
Oh, I'm still in school. I still go to University of Lagos.
See, you like be producing the best of the best. The best of the best, for real.
Shout out you.
Shout out you, like, so like, do you see yourself like probably dropping out if the music like gets big?
I don't really bother the school people.
I'm dead. He said I don't really value the school people. Yeah. Okay.
I'll try and finish. I'll try
and finish as well, dude. Like, I'll try and finish. Okay, so like, which artist do you think you want to collaborate with?
Collaborate with?
You have not collaborated with yet.
Oh, I have a couple.
Okay.
I want to collaborate with, I've said this so many times, I want to collaborate with Santi. I want to collaborate with Wiz.
Has Santi ever reached out to you, like, aspire?
Do you know what's crazy?
What?
I've gotten word from Wizkid, but I haven't gotten word from Santi.
Are you serious? You got word from Wizkid?
Yeah.
What's that like? Like, please, spill the tea.
Yeah. It's just like, someone in his team told me that, at the time where Black Bones posted Star Life, someone on Wiz's team said, I'm out. Send stems for the song. Wizkid wants to hop on the song.
For real?
Yeah, so like,
damn, that's a big. And I literally asked for highlights, and bro you didn't think to say that.
Oh. Yeah, so
I can't even tell you it's the humility or what.
So the music thing, I think he's pretty much on lock, but I just need that sound. I feel like the Santi collab would be. There's melodies that Santi has that I want to really tap into and show the world. So it's be a really great collaboration.
Okay, so Santi, Wizkid, any other persons, or you're just looking?
Is it just Nigeria or like?
No, Nigeria. Okay, you just said you don't want to put in
I
the box.
really want a Billie Eilish feature. Billie Eilish is someone that also does like there's certain people that like
push the boundaries.
Yeah, they do things with their voice that it's just very intriguing. I would love to see how far they can go in the song. So yeah.
Okay. Let's go into like you as a person, right? What do you think? Probably somebody's gonna find out about you and be like, "Wow, I never really expected it," or what's something about you that you feel like people don't really know?
I feel like it's the fact that I'm an introvert, though. Because people see me at functions a lot. People see me and like see my name on the internet, so just be like, this guy needs to stay out. I really, really hate.
I don't think people are going to be surprised you're an introvert. Like you, even if they see you at functions, you look like you're an introvert. Like I don't know how to. Okay, that's sounding weird, but like you give off.
I'm not supposed to be.
I just like I didn't say you did.
That's I choose, man.
But like I feel like introvert is not really getting surprised anymore. But like
I feel like the time will come where I'll just give the world my music.
And then you just be in your own space.
I had my face.
Marshmallow. I feel like it's a bit too late to be Marshmallow. Like we already know who Webster is.
I'll just separate the artist from the art.
Okay, so aside making music, what other hobbies do you have? I'm playing ball. Aside those two.
I play video games a lot. I love to write.
You're into anime?
Funny how I've not even gotten into anime.
For real?
Yeah, surprisingly.
You look like someone that's into anime. I say that in the best way possible.
I mean, I tried getting into anime. Somebody put me on category. It wasn't really fascinating. So yeah, I get bored easily.
Okay. So let's go into like, is Wavestar single, relationship, dating? Are you chasing the bag? Why? What's the latter?
I know the love of my life. We're going to find me real soon. I guess. So yeah, I'm single.
Okay. So if a girl wanted to bag you, what would she need to do? It's the little laugh test for me.
I feel like she should just let me bag her.
Don't come at me, I'll come to you. Okay, I get that. Okay. So if you could say something to probably like other artists that are popular. I know a lot of, anytime I tell this to artists, they're like, oh, I don't have enough stuff to say, like just do you everything. But if you could say, based off of your experience so far in the music industry, what would you say?
I don't know if the industry wants me to say this, but I feel like you can pretty much do it by yourself, irrespective of what anybody tells you. Like people love to project things they're scared to do on you. So if you can vividly like visualize it in your head,
then you can do it.
Possible. Like no matter what, like even if it doesn't sound like it makes sense, as long as you can envision it, you can definitely bring it to life.
I mean, I feel like I have to ask, what's the one thing that surprised you in the industry when you popped it? Because the whole comment of, I don't think the industry wants me to say this, is just like making me very intrigued.
It's the fact that like I'm independent. Like, a lot of people don't know that. A lot of people think, oh, this guy's probably signed to this, this guy's probably signed to this. Nah.
So you're not signed to any label? An independent artist through
I'm even working on my own label. Yeah. That's crazy.
That's actually like legit crazy. Like what do you mean you're working on a label already? What's it going to be named? Star Life.
Yeah, Star Life.
I guess the okay, so there's this game I play with every artist that pops on his chair, right? There are two dimensions. You determine which one you want. So it's either I give you words and you freestyle with it on the spot, but I'm going to be giving you those words back to back and they have to rhyme and make sense and flow into like a proper freestyle. Do you get me? Or I give you words and you sing a song that already exists.
Yeah, let me sing a song that already exists.
Okay, so I'm going to give you 5 words and you have 5 rounds, obviously. If you get 3 over 5, you know, we'll clap for you, celebrate you.
I don't have anything for me.
Yes, no, we'll give you...
Unilag strikes again.
No, Unilag TV. They will support Star Life record label. Once it pops out, we'll be on it. We'll be riding you guys. Okay, so your first word is... I always try to start nice. Your first word is star. 5,
Star Life.
3, 2, yeah, 1 over 5. Let's go. The next word is black. 5, 4, 3, 2.
All black with singing.
What?
It's like you cut the song, sir.
What's the old song?
All black.
What's that other song?
That's the problem.
But nigga thinks it's wise.
All black.
1 over 5, bro. And we're 2 rounds in. Okay, your next word is baby. 5.
Baby.
4, 3, 2.
My baby.
Okay. I'll give you that. 2 over 5 and we're 3 in. Your next word is light. 5, 4,
Gift.
3,
Put on
2.
the light.
What's gift?
Don't that song right?
And it's gift.
I say, I know. I think the name of the song is Gift, right?
I don't think it was gift he said. I don't think it was gift he said. See, if you remember that, I actually know the song. If you remember that song, please write what he actually said in that part. I don't think it was gift. No, you're not going to. This is gaslighting right now. It wasn't gift. He didn't say gift. It was something else. But yeah, we'll give you 3 over 5. Okay, your next and final word is table. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bang. The table go turn. Yo, table remains an undefeated word. Like that's the funny thing. I literally always say table. Every game, and nobody had ever been able to give me a song with table. But it's fine. 3 over 5. Like you pass. Like shout out. Clap for yourself now. You know what I'm saying? What is this thing? Can you dance?
Like, no, I can't.
So why do you keep doing this?
I feel like excitement.
anyways, guys, I mean, I've had so much fun. I'm gonna assume you had so much fun, right?
I've had so much fun.
Better, because I was about to. Anyway, this is how we're gonna wrap it up for today. I've been chatting with Star Life, Tales of a Young Boy. Oh, take her, go take again. He didn't say that, but I did it for myself. Escalate DZ. Yup, the one, the only Star, guys. So, like, do you want to say any last words to anybody? Shout out to your team. Shout out to you guys. What?
Oh, is this like the outro?
Yeah. Yes. What?
Yeah,
What's that?
Bonfire is coming, man.
What's bonfire?
Bonfire like bonfire.
What's bonfire now?
Boil up, make for the game.
How's it bonfire?
It's like an acronym.
Oh, like, is that like a new song? Is that new wave star we should be waiting for?
It's just bonfire. You see it when it arrives.
Bro, all these alt-tech kids, be busting my brain, bro. Yes, bye. Bye. I'll see you guys next time.
Madam Vice Chancellor is here. History is being made in University of Lagos. Salutation is taken. Instructions are going on. What a day. What a time and what a place. This is happening here at the University of Lagos. The #1 city of University of Lagos, Professor Folashade Toyilope Ogunsola, OONFAS, is here. In company of the coordinator for the security unit, Mr. David Mutilayo Omotosho. What a day, what a time, and what a place to be. The man of war of the University of Lagos, the best man of war in any higher institution of learning. Leading Madam Vice Chancellor to the quarter guard. And also a salutation for Madam Vice Chancellor. Going to inspect the quarter guard. Present. Ready for your inspection, Madam Vice Chancellor. Cool down. Up.
Madam Vice Chancellor, inspecting the color guard. Beautiful ambience. Excellent to see. You can only get it from the University of First Choice and the Nation's Pride. The University of Lagos. Inspection of color guard done and dusted. Madam Vice Chancellor is 150% satisfied.
Salute, please, arms. After the inspection, may I have your permission to dismiss the guards into the guards room and the Vice Chancellor. Stand three, stand firm. Remain the guards into the guards room. Parade, dismiss.
The quarter guard, after inspection by Madam Vice Chancellor, has been dismissed, and the next place is from the guard to the guard room.
Thank you for being alive. Thank you for a wonderful day like this. Father, we give you all the glory in the mighty name of Jesus. Thank you for the University of Lagos. Thank you for our mommy, the Vice Chancellor, and his management team. Thank you for the security unit, under the leadership of our motor show and the management staff. Thank you for all the security men in the University of Lagos. Father, we give you all the glory in the mighty name of Jesus. Father, we are inviting you here to come and be the chairman of this special occasion. Father, we cannot do without you. We give you all the glory in the mighty name of Jesus. Father, thank you for your protection. Thank you for your preservation. Thank you for your provision. Thank you for promoting this university. Father, we will remain promoted in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen. Father, we give you all the glory this morning. We say, come and take charge. At the end of the day, Father, let your name alone be glorified. Amen. In Jesus' mighty name, we are praying.
Amen. We remain standing as we take the first stanza of Nigeria's national anthem. One. One, two,
Salute! Salute!
one, two, go. Nigeria. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. University of Lagos, the rising sun. A fountain of excellence, a citadel of learning by the library front, home of sound mind. In and in truth, we rise beyond the skies. Our mission is to uphold our great heritage. We are the nation's pride. First choice is scholarship and excellence, great in knowledge and character. Producing exemplary global leaders. God bless you, Unilag. In and in truth, we rise beyond the skies. Our mission is to uphold our great heritage. We are the nation's pride. In and in truth, we rise beyond the skies. Our mission is to uphold our great heritage. We are the nation's pride. Greatest are conquered. You may please be seated. Safety and security doesn't just happen. They are the result of collective consensus and public investment. We owe our children, the most vulnerable citizens in our. On this note, I welcome you to the Vice Chancellor's Security Unit Special Parade on an auspicious occasion, the 16th day in the 6th month in year 2025, a wonderful Monday morning. Just exactly 94 days ago, he was appointed as the coordinator of the security unit, Mr. David Muturayo Omotosho, and fast track to this day, a lot of inward progress has happened as far as the security unit is concerned. On this note, I warmly welcome the #1 citizen of University of Lagos, the Vice Chancellor, the 13th Vice Chancellor and the first female Vice Chancellor, Professor Folashade Tonilope Ogunshola, OON, FAS, and the only Vice Chancellor to ever bag the second highest honor conferred on any civilian. A round of applause for her, please. Also with Madam Vice Chancellor and members of the management team, permit me to respectfully recognize our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Management Services, Professor Olumuyiwa Falayi. A round of applause for him, please. Also with us this wonderful morning is the University Librarian, Professor Christopher Olatokunbo Okiki, the Director of Quality Assurance and Servicom Unit, Professor Olufemi Saibu. A round of applause for him, please. To my far right, like they say in the boxing ring, is the Dean of all Deans, the Dean, School of Postgraduate Studies, Professor Abraham Oshimibi. We have here with us this morning Professor Oluwole Famileni, FAS, former Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic and Research. May I respectfully recognize the Deputy Commissioner of Police at Tanti Police Station, Mr. Dayo Akinshebi Eyi. I'm sorry, sir. Tanti is not far from here. I only told them I'm coming to work. When I want to come and see, I want to come and see you in a very friendly note. Not to say because you murdered my name, put him behind bars. Thank you very much, sir. You are most welcome. I also want to recognize here with us our sub-dean of the School of Postgraduate Studies, Dr. Adeboga Eyumowo. A round of applause for him, please. Also seated with them there are members of the various Union of University of Lagos, the acting chairman of SANU, Comrade Benga Adenaya. A round of applause for him. The national chairman, Comrade Abiodun Olayinka. A round of applause for him. The women leader, Madam Ronke, Comrade Ronke Adeshina. A round of applause for her. Our Deputy Registrar at the Vice Chancellor's Office, Mr. Akinwumi Abolade. A round of applause for him, please. Madam Vice Chancellor, with your kind permission, we have people who have been very, very instrumental to the successes of what Mr. Omotosho is achieving today. In no particular order, they say ladies first, but I will jettison ladies first because yesterday was Father's Day. Let's celebrate ourselves. That does not mean if I come to your place, you tell them not to serve me. A round of applause for the man who is making University of Lagos zero emission. I'm talking about the CEO of Ogata, Mr. Henry Eke. A round of applause for him, please. Mr. Ichino Okusami. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you. Mrs. Kende Yakubu, Yamoria Food Canteen. A round of applause for her, please. We also like to recognize Mr. Aki Akorede, CEO Korede Spaghetti. A round of applause, please. Engineer Adewale. A round of applause for Engineer Adewale. Thank you very much. Mr. Kule Kazim Lawal, CEO KK Lawal and Co. A round of applause for them, please. Adeni Olumi Wadetokubo, Commander of Narcotics, NDLE. A round of applause. Thank you very much. I will do more recognition, but we have to move like the speed of light. After the anthem and everything, we now move to the security unit coordinator's speech. At this juncture, may I humbly invite Mr. David Moturayo or Motosho. Madam Vice Chancellor, once again, would inspect the parade.
All officers! Yes! I'm going to proceed in an open order. Right. Open order. No. 50, and then silence everywhere. Good morning, Madam Vice Chancellor. Good morning. This parade, organized by the University of Lagos Security Unit, led by the Security Coordinator, Mr. D.M. Omotosho, in honor of the first female Vice Chancellor. This parade, I have 1 overall commander, 2 sub-guard commander, and 63 others. May I have your permission? Sir!
Sure, permission granted. Permission not granted yet. He didn't mention the name of the Vice Chancellor. He did.
In honor
Professor
of the Vice Chancellor, first female provost, College of Medicine, first female deputy Vice Chancellor, Development Services. OONFAS. Yeah, commission. Sir.
Commission granted.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah,
Professor Ogunsola continues to break all the barriers at the University of Lagos. In the history of the University of Lagos since 1962, never have we had this kind of event to honor a Vice Chancellor. Not only is she the first Vice Chancellor that this will be happening to her, to become the first female Vice Chancellor. Thank you for all your work. I appreciate you. Thank you. Bless you. Bless you. Well done. Nigerian Legion. God bless you. Thank you. We appreciate you. We appreciate you. Well done. Beautiful. We appreciate you. Shelter guard. Well done. Well done. Nigerian Legion. We welcome the Divisional Police Officer at Sabo Police Station, Superintendent of Police, Comfort K. Alabi. You are most welcome. I will share my story about Sabo with you.
Well done.
The Vice Chancellor inspecting the parade. Like I said, never has it happened before in the history of the University of Lagos since it was founded in 1962. And so, Professor Falasade Tetulope Ogunsola OONFAS continues to break all barriers.
Thank you very much.
Today is an auspicious occasion, very unique indeed. Security parade in honor of the #1 senior of the University of Lagos, and also a way of showing appreciation to our amazing sponsors who have done excellently well for the security units. And I will be listing some of the great things that they have done. Things like flooring the Alpha Base, things like renovating the patrol van, the towing vehicle, the hillocks, the gates for the security. A lot of great achievements in the last 94 days, and you can be rest assured that many more are coming. Also, incentive for security units every month. The only award I've not won is to be the best security officer for the month, where I go with the cash prize. I don't know why they keep omitting my name.
No, this one. Okay.
Inspection still going on. recognizing Shobo Limited.
The 2 people left now.
I also recognize
This is the one.
the man who led the man of war. They call him the CNC, or call him the chief coordinator of the man of war of the University of Lagos, the best man of war in any higher institution of learning. Patriot Michael Oyekomi, you are duly recognized. Your boys are doing well. More dignitaries are coming.
Okay. Well done.
After the inspection, I have your permission to set the guards at ease.
Yes, set them at ease.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Inspection done and dusted.
Right.
Madam Vice Chancellor is satisfied. 200%. A round of applause for Madam Vice Chancellor. You may all be seated. If you are the Vice Chancellor of the best university in the world, then you are truly the first. I may go to say this is the only university that was installed by an act of parliament in 1962. This is the only university. If you want to come by road where Madam Vice Chancellor came, you are free. If you want to come by air, which sometimes Madam Vice Chancellor comes and lands at ISL or at Sports Center, you are free. If you want to come via the Lagoon front, just like the German Chancellor, you are also free. But because she's future ready, frantic effort in ensuring that University of Lagos, the University of First Choice and the nation's pride, is future ready, she's making frantic effort in ensuring that sooner or later you'll be accessing Unilag by tube and by train. Am I right?
Oh, yes,
am I with you? Are you on point? May I invite the coordinator security unit of University of Lagos, Mr. David Moturayo Omotosho. If my memory serves me right, on Thursday, March 13, 2025, under the leadership of the best Pro-Chancellor and the Chairman of the Governing Council anywhere in the world, our very own Chief Wale Olanipeko, SAN, in conjunction with the council members, ratified his appointment and fast-tracked to this day, June 16, 2025, a wonderful Monday for you proponent of mathematics is exactly 94 days. A round of applause for you.
I think we should look at paint and tomato cheese.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, Madam Vice Chancellor. The Vice Chancellor that's always the first.
No, we will have to.
Everything is always the first. First female provost, College of Mercy. First DVC, either female or male. First DVC Development Services in the history of the University of Lagos.
It's a fantastic.
First female acting Vice Chancellor of this great university. First female substantial Vice Chancellor of the great University of Lagos. And to round it off, the first Vice Chancellor that will receive this kind of special parade. I sincerely welcome you, ma. You are a mother. You give support for everything that is good. And that's why we are here. Let me welcome our father. He's the father of the unit, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Management Services, Professor
82
Muyiwa
hectares.
Falaye. I have known Baba for a long time, and he can boldly chest that Amontacho is not a lazy man when it comes to security. The director, my able brother, the what do you call University Liberia, my brother, University Liberia, I sincerely welcome you. You know, we relate very well, but anytime I see you, my mind is off. That is now, we connect again and say, welcome, sir. God bless you, sir. Thank you for coming, sir. I really appreciate you, sir. My director, Savicom, you promised to be here and you are here. Thank you so much, sir. I welcome the Dean, SPGS, School of Postgraduate School. Thank you, you're welcome, sir. I met Baba yesterday, Professor Pamironi, just yesterday. He was even the one that recognized me at Chapel of Christ. And he just said, Daddy, I have this program this morning, and I want you to be there because of certain assignment. And he promised that he'll be here. And he said, Baba is here. Thank you so much, sir. The Deputy Dean, SPG, please, you are welcome, sir. My able brother, I want to report this my brother to the Vice Chancellor, the Deputy Commissioner of Police in charge of State CID, Banti. Now, I don't know what happened between you and the DCP. Because anytime you receive a call, how is mommy? At least you will listen to my complaint first. How is Madam Vice Chancellor? Is it okay? I say yes, it's okay. The most important thing, I need to call him for an issue, and he was at international program because he received my call. This my brother have to put himself on video camera for me to know that he was attending an important program. If I may say, he carry University of Lagos at heart. He didn't joke with any issue from the University of Lagos. And that's why I said, sir, you must be here. Likewise, our able, competent DPO, Madam Comfort Alabi. Unlike others, Madam will come here by herself and go around on patrol. Even the last Madam came personally on our own, and we discussed a lot. To sanitize the university.
Thank you. Please come.
There is somebody I'm supposed to, I'm expecting. The Deputy Director Narcotic, Deputy Director Strike Force of Nigerian Drug Enforcement Agency, NDLA.
Where is he?
Please, you have to be here. Because I saw your voice. You know, the appearance of your voice always creating Now, let me sincerely say that in your speech, you should also thank him so much, ma. We are becoming for long when the university was actually facing crisis of drug abuse, serious one, and courtesy. It was the end of the strike force then. He mobilized his team, they worked in Unilag, and even the envelope to sanitize the campus. He has been working for us for over 10 years. At the time, he now said that even though if the drug is just a pinch, so far we have evidence, bring the person. And that is with the management effort. Initially, when it comes to drug prosecution, then when it comes to expulsion, they sit tight. So they know when you go, you're not coming back to the University of Lagos. We thank you, we thank the management on that decision. I thank all the donors because of time. I won't mention everybody, Yamaria, Mr. Mavis, Mr. Henry, Itulu, Mr. Korebe, Mr. Sugo, Mr. Bolande, Mr. What's the name of this my brother? QS. No, wave your hands. Thank you, sir. So I thank them all. We are committed to serve the university to the core. And our commitment starts with 100% and above loyalty. And we'll be loyal to this job. Now, I want you to help me appreciate all the security management team. We are drastically short of manpower. The capacity of this campus in terms of coverage, security coverage should be around 1,800 to 2,000. If you actually want to cover the university effectively. But right now, I don't think we are up to 400. They have decided, mostly all the management team, that instead of 3 shifts, they decide to run all shifts in order to put the campus into order. So many cases have happened, and with the efforts of the DCP, the DPO, and the director of DLA, we have recovered so many and got over all so many of the crimes on campus. And I believe they will continue to help us to do so. The purpose of this, to run this up, the purpose of this occasion, number one, is to honor our Vice Chancellor, who is strongly committed to make sure that the campus is very safe and is good for learning, teaching, and every other activities. Number two is also to our security agencies, police most especially, NDLA most especially, and DSS also, and others. This kind of parade will bring us together, and we can formulate a kind of policy that will make the university to be continued to grow and be peaceful. I want to assure the Madam Vice Chancellor, I am a member of the Association of CSOs of other universities. And I can show you University of Lagos is one of the most peaceful campus across the country. We don't have issues, terrible issues, even though when it's happening around us, other institutions, University of Lagos remain peaceful. And that is the effort of all. And I will use this opportunity now to introduce to you these people you are seeing. They put everything they have in place to make sure that the campus is safe. And I want you now to help me to encourage them to continue their efforts. God bless you, man. Thank you very much. You are welcome. My wife is here, so that when I get to, I will not be in trouble. Please, Mrs. Olade Omotosho, stand up and let's. You don't want them to know that I married a beautiful wife. Man, that's my wife now. Yeah, you can go back. Thank you so much. Thank you. God bless you.
According to the intelligence, alone we can do little. Together we can do so much. Thank you very much, Mr. Omotosho. While Mr. Omotosho was delivering his speech, the commander of narcotics MDLEA, Adeni Olumiwa Adetokunbo, joined us. A round of applause for him. Thank you very much. The man who has over 50,000 children in the University of Lagos, the Dean Student Affairs Division, Professor Musa Adebayo of Alola. A round of applause for him. Thank you, National Secretary Comrade Otu Obon and National Treasurer Mrs. Shukoya. At this juncture, we are moving to the next item, and that is to listen to the #1 citizen of the University of Lagos. I told you about Mr. Omotosho that today is exactly 94 days of his. If my memory serves me right, anytime I see Madam Vice Chancellor, I'm always very happy and I'm in a state of awe because she always breaks new ground. We've spoken about how she's the first female provost of the College of Medicine, the first female deputy vice chancellor of development services, the first female vice chancellor of the University of Lagos, the first female vice chancellor to get the second highest honor to confer on a civilian. Madam Vice Chancellor, this is the best occasion for me to say congratulations once again. Exactly 28 days ago, somewhere in Apapa, Madam Vice Chancellor once again blazed the trail. And what were we talking about? 7 prominent women were selected across different walks of life. And that is for the Guardian Women Festival. And guess what? My Vice Chancellor, our Vice Chancellor, the People's Vice Chancellor, the future-ready Vice Chancellor, the loving Vice Chancellor, the empathetic, the supportive, the benevolent, the magnanimous, the loving, the understanding, intelligent Vice Chancellor award in the category of business, of academia and learning category. Hold on. That is not the story. That is not the story. The story is that in that category, you know, there are some votes that you get that will be turning the eyes of the other people in that category. She pulled the highest number of votes in the business of academia and learning. And ladies and gentlemen, when you see Madam Vice Chancellor, aside from the fact that she's OON, she's FAS, she's Ogushola WOONSAS Wonder Woman Award of the Year for 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you. Mr. Jida was very well put together protocol, but I will mention some names. First of all, I will congratulate the incoming or the new DVCMS. And then I will thank our partners and acknowledge their presence here, because no man is an island. The University of Lagos Security Unit cannot on its own sort out our security of police, SCID Panti, Mr. Akin Bisenyi, for always being there for us. Dini of the NDLEA, thank you. The narcotic commander, thank you very much. But my thanks is not just to them. I actually University of Lagos or any organization. In a university and in a community where we have many different kinds of people, which is also a public institution, open to the public. It is very clear that we're all looking very smart and professional this morning. I think it would be a disservice if one does not mention all that has happened in that short time. He has changed the ambience of where the security unit works. He has brought to life vehicles that had been moribund for years. He has done reorganizations, and we see the rapid responders going on their motorbikes around the campus. We have a campus of 363 hectares. By university standards, that's a small campus. Till you have to walk around it. So you recognize that it's a big campus to police. But somehow our security unit has worked hard and have kept us safe. I think we have one of the, if not, I think we have one of the least cult-related problems. On behalf of the University of Lagos Business School, donating new photocopier and printing machines. The Dean of the School of Postgraduate Studies, Professor Ibrahim Oshinubi, repairing the Innocent patrol vehicle. We especially want to thank Mrs. Kende Yakub, CEO, Iyamoria Food Canteen, one of our exports to Nigeria. You'll see how posters and so on. This is a celebrity. She's one of the 10 best abala makers in Nigeria. She repaired our Toyota Hilux patrol vehicle and Innocent Jeep. Mr. Henry Eke, the CEO of Ogata Global Resources, he totally refurbished the Range Rover towing vehicle. QS Michael Ogundare, Weken Construction Company Nigeria Limited, donated 20 bags of cement for the facelift of the security unit environment. Engineer Lawal Ahmed Abolanle gave a facelift to the security unit premises. Mr. Alimi Korede Spaghetti repaired the patrol vehicle, the Toyota Hilux FG104 M50. We have Mr. Kunle Kazim Lawal, Principal Partner, Chief Executive Officer, who has committed to award the Best Security Officer of the Month with 20,000 monthly. I also have the CEO of Mavis Catering Services, who also helped to renovate the security unit at the gate. I know that I have left out some others who might have done things over time. For those whose names were not mentioned, we do appreciate you, and we have seen what you have done. Now, let me address some of the challenges. Yes, we do not have enough staff. It's not just the security unit, it's everywhere. And one of the things that is very clear, that as we move into the future, security will not just be people and boots on the ground. We have to embrace technology. It is absolutely important.
Because no matter how many people we have, we can't put you inside the swamp. No matter how many people we have, you cannot run to DPO immediately. So we must improve our technology to reduce your running up and down, because you will get tired. You cannot be everywhere every time. So we have to increase our security in terms of technology, our CCTV cameras, alarm systems, and so on. It takes time because the initial outlay is always heavy and challenging, but we have started. We also, of course, have to increase the ability to patrol. And so that's why I'm particularly happy about the vehicles that have been improved. I also know that many people have donated motorbikes and that you use those because those are nimble and will move around well. So I want to thank you for that. However, irrespective of technology, technology serves human beings. At the helm of it are human beings who have agreed to work well, who have agreed to work with integrity so that they are not involved in criminality themselves. Because if the security unit decides to turn their face away or allow themselves to be bribed, irrespective of our technology, we will not have security. And that's why I want to thank you, because you have been men and women of honor. And we are not always there to see you. We know the sacrifices you make, but we do appreciate you. And I hope that as we move along, you will see those appreciations in tangible terms. So I want to encourage you. Nigeria is hard, not just for you, but for everybody, at every level. And sometimes we can be tempted to find shortcuts to making things more comfortable. What I would suggest is keep on holding up. And where you have challenges, let us know. And let us see how we can work together to make your life more comfortable. So on behalf of all of us, in particular myself, because you've made my work easier, I want to thank you on behalf of the staff, the students, for the work that you do. May you continue to grow. May the Lord bless you and bless the work of your hands. And that the good you do for the university, God will multiply it in your lives and in your family's lives. So thank you very much, Security Unit. Thank you for what you do. We look forward to things getting better, not just for us, but for you and for all of us here at the University of Lagos. And at this, I want to also thank our partners. We can't do it without you. So don't get tired of us. Because as we go into student unionism, we're going to need you more. So be sure that Mr. Motosho will be calling you many, many times. And as for Mr. Motosho, don't get tired. We had a conversation today. Nigeria is tough. Nigeria is tough. But I'm a believer in step out in faith, and God will meet you at your point of need. And what does that mean? It means you won't have everything you need. You will just start doing. And Mr. Motosho has shown you that God meets you at the point of the need you create. If you sat down and say, hey, these cars are bad, these cars are bad. If you didn't start saying, we will repair this car and start moving, nobody will come and help you. So if you don't create the need for God to answer, he won't come to your bedroom. If you sit in your room, that's where he'll meet you and be saying, good morning, well, thank God you are alive today. But if you want to achieve something, you don't look at what you have. You look at where you're going and you start moving without enough. But if you're waiting for it to be enough to move, you will never move. So Mr. Motosho, thank you for being a great example, not just to the security unit, but to all of us. And on that note, I want to thank all of you. A safe University of Lagos is a University of Lagos that will prosper. A safe University of Lagos is a wealthy university. Thank you very much.
The member surprise anytime Madam Vice Chancellor speaks. She only makes me remember one popular aphorism that says, a good leader, what a good leader does is, if your action inspires people to do more, learn more, and become more. You are just simply a leader. And that's what Madam Vice Chancellor is. A round of applause for her. Professor Fela Shadi Tumilope Bushola, OONFAS. I always have a conversation with my friend. The best part of Madam Vice Chancellor is when she speaks offhand. Wow. She can speak for 3 hours and you will enjoy it. Madam Vice Chancellor, when I grow up, I want to be like you.
You will go far. You will go far.
No, don't tell me I will go far, man. That go far is what someone told me, and I went to DSA's office to pick my call-up letter, and they posted me to Sokoto. I didn't go far. But you have to be more specific about Vice Chancellor. Go far in here. It's gone far. Thank you very much. You are almost winding down. Because we want to appreciate people who have done excellently well for us, we'll be giving some few awards. The very first person I wish to invite to help me with the first set of presentation, I call him my daddy. Former Dean Faculty of Science, former Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic and Research, and one of the most affable and accommodating professors on campus, Professor Oluwole Familoni, FAS. The first recipient of an award this morning, my late dad used to tell me, he says, when you are at the top, you are just the topic. When you are the head, you are the headline. Because you are the topic and the headline, people behind you will say a lot. They say, Shehu, that's why they are behind. Don't worry. The headline and the topic at the University of First Choice and the nation's pride is Madam Vice Chancellor.
Oh, wow.
Everything she does, there is always something to pick. Just this morning, I just sat and I thought about it. My VC, 13 VC, our birthday 14, 13 plus 14 gives you 27. Professor Oluwole Familoni, we present the first award to Madam Vice Chancellor.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Hey, Carol.
It is my privilege to give the Leadership Excellence Award to the great Vice Chancellor of University of Lagos. So when all the accolades have been given, so I will not repeat them, but just to say, as a unique and great Vice Chancellor, the Security Unit, University of Lagos, present this Leadership Excellence Day to Tolulope Ogunshola, OONFAS, the Vice Chancellor of University of Lagos, for your leadership support that is highly recognized and appreciated, and the confidence and trust you have in the security unit that cannot be taken for granted. Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's great, sir. Thank you, Madam Vice Chancellor. Can I go to my video? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
The next recipient of award is our very own Deputy Vice Chancellor, Management Services, former Dean Faculty of Arts, former Director of IADS, Professor Olumuyiwa Falaye, Fellow, Nigeria Academy of Letters.
Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of security. When I give this speech, your comment. To give this security award to the Deputy Vice
fún mi. Ó dẹ̀ kú igi tó wó. Ṣé wọ́n ti ń fix it? Ṣé igi náà ló wó ni? Ó ti ní road.
For the new era in leadership,
Máa wo.
leadership and expertise will shine in this new role. You have to
before Madam Vice Chancellor takes over will be to the man who has over 50,000 children. I've been looking for him during the scarce currency. I don't think it was that scarce like Professor Balola was scarce to me. But I'm seeing you now. I'm going to hold you by your clothes. Professor Musa Adebayo of Balola, Dean Student Affairs Division, will get his own award. Thank you very much. We are almost winding down. The other award presentation will be done by Madam Vice Chancellor, Professor Folashade Tolapa Okushola, ONFAS, will do the other award presentation. The first recipient of award from Madam Vice Chancellor is the Dean of all Deans, the Dean School of Postgraduate Studies, Professor Abraham Oshinubi.
one of our patrol vehicles, which has improved the quick response to emerging threats on campus. Thank you very much and congratulations. May your pocket never dry.
Amen.
May this be the beginning of more.
Subject.
Congratulations.
Now you are still going to do more for me. The next recipient, I just discovered that he was my daddy. I didn't even know. Deputy Commissioner of Police at Panti Police Station, Mr. Dayo Akibisoyi. I don't recall that you are my daddy. I didn't even know.
DCP Dayo Akibisoyi. The Yoruba say in Olashowa, thank you for being our fabric, our cloth and our shield. So we, on behalf of the security unit and all the staff here, we thank you for your expertise and backup, which has made a tangible difference in our ability to keep our community safe. Thank you. We look forward to a stronger relationship with Panti. I don't know how that can happen because it is so strong already. Thank you very much and congratulations.
Next person. The next recipient, don't go back. Hello, ma. Superintendent of Police, Comfort K. Alabi, Divisional Police Officer at Sabo Police Station.
Madam Comfort Alabi, DPO Sabo Division. On behalf of the security unit, the staff and students of the University of Lagos, we want to thank you for your contributions to campus safety, which have not gone unnoticed. We would like to extend our sincere appreciation for your outstanding efforts. May God continue to bless you. Thank you very much and congratulations. Thank you.
The next recipient of award, Commander of Narcotics, NDLA, Adeni Olumiwa Adetokunbo.
Mr. Olumiwa Adetokunbo Adeni, Commander of Narcotics, NDLA. On behalf of the security unit and all of us here at the University of Lagos, we want to thank you for your assistance, which has been invaluable to our security efforts. We appreciate your agency's commitment to fighting substance abuse, and we can assure you that we shall continue to call on you till we make Unilag drug-free. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oh, what is that? Who wants to say?
In my capacity for this award. The second one is one of the apprentices here. I don't want to go deep more than that. I think it's a coded language. I'm one of the apprentices. And I have my bosses on the seat. I say thank you very much. When we're talking about security, it's just like we are talking about nothing like utopian war. It can't be perfect. Just have to work and continue to work because the criminals are already unrelenting. They keep working. While you are sleeping, you are thinking of how to maneuver you. So if you stop, you are gone. So So that's the one reason why we say the security level, the security has dropped. You have to step up. You have to step up. You have to mount pressure on these people. Take the battle to their domain. We have them around this place. So we don't look at the campus, these are some of those things I need to discuss security apparatus here. It's not for general consumption because we don't know whether these people are people around here. So we don't let the cat out of the bag. From 2017, when Mr. Omotosho, the coordinator of security, was talking about our relationship with Unilag. I remember Professor Rahman, yes, while DC. I remember Professor Oluwatoyin Odigbe, my big brother, Professor Duoni, who kept dragging us and asking us to come to the university. We had a sort of undercover operation here for 1 month, all sponsored by the school. You know where we're coming from. And at the end of the day, it's snowballed into arrest of 24 of those people that are not supposed to be in this school. But in the course of our investigation, they say you don't kill a hand with a sledgehammer. If you carry these boys and carry them to Kirikiri, they go and learn greater crime. So in our report to Melodown, we refer them for counseling. And we make some recommendations, far-reaching recommendations. There are so many dark spots in Unilag. We recommended that the place should be well illuminated. CC camera should be there because you are talking about kinetic and non-kinetic when you talk about security. No one should be left out. And I will urge the institution to encourage undercover. Undercover is key because it will help and help and help. Before I drop the mic, I want to thank our professor here, Dean, Student Affairs. I was dragged to his office. I was dragged to his office by Mr. Motosho, and he granted me tenantship. I'm one of the tenants as well. As for women, I'm dedicating the award to God Almighty, to my esteemed organization, to my well-trained strike force, to my fellow apprentices here, my class reps, and some of my colleagues. Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you very much, sir. The next recipient of award, Mrs. Kehinde Yakubu, Iyamoria Food Canteen. And of course, Madam Vice Chancellor said, among the 10 best Amala in Nigeria, she's one of them. But let me officially report her. She appointed me as an ambassador of the Iyamoria Food Canteen. But, Ganusi, the ring Mrs. Kehinde Yakubu, CEO Iyamoria Food Canteen. On behalf of the security unit, University of Lagos, the staff and students of this university, we want to give you our sincere gratitude for being our matron at the security unit and for your generous financial support, which has made significant impact on the projects and initiatives and your belief in them. I'm sure what is not said is some Amala that has passed to the security. Thank you for watching and feeding them as well, and feeding the rest of us. So Iyamoria, on behalf of all of us, we want to thank you for all that you do. God bless you. Before I call on the next person, when I saw the man run, I misconstrued him for Baba Mori, and I was like, why the athletics this wonderful morning? The next recipient
is the CEO of Marvin's Catering Services, Mr. Adiola Babatunde Asumo.
Mr. Babatunde Asumo, we want to thank you on behalf of the staff and students of the University of Lagos for your generosity, which has enabled our security unit to push boundaries and achieve excellence. God bless you.
Thank
you very much.
Thank you. The next recipient is Mr. Eric Eke.
That's okay. Hello, how are you?
I'm doing great, man.
Yeah. Okay. The award of recognition to Mr. Henry Eke, CEO of Gata Global Resources. We want to thank you for your financial support that has been a game changer for the security project. We are grateful for your trust in their mission, and we appreciate the refurbishment of their towing vehicle. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Next is Comrade Olumide Shogo.
Comrades, on behalf of the security unit, on behalf of the staff and students, we want to appreciate you. Comrade Olumide Oluwashogo Okweolu, Triple O. You will explain what that means later. Thank you for believing in the security unit. Thank you for providing crucial assistance, because your contribution has significantly impacted their security initiatives. Thank you for being part of keeping this campus safe. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. The next recipient is the CEO Chat Echo Global Services, Itunu Okusami.
Chetty, did you take this picture? Mr. Itunu Okusami, CEO Chat Echo Global Services. On behalf of the security unit, the staff and students of the University of Lagos, we want to thank you for your kindness and financial assistance, and for trusting and investing in the security efforts. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
The next recipient, Mr. Lawal Ahmed Abolaye. Mr. Lawal Ahmed Abolaye. Not around. The next recipient is Mr. Lawal Kule Kazim, aka KP Lawal and Co, the CEO.
behalf of the security unit of the University of Lagos, as well as the staff and students, we give you this appreciation award, Mr. Kunle Kazim Lawal, the principal partner, CEO, Lawal KK and Co-Chartered Accountants, for your moral and financial support, which has boosted the morale. Thank you for believing in our security unit and providing crucial assistance. Thank you for being part of our safety architecture. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Accountant, and he sponsors the security unit every month with an award. I don't want to mention the cash prize. Thank you. The next recipient is Quantity Surveyor Ogundare Michael.
QS Ogundare Michael, on behalf of the security unit, as well as staff and students of the University of Lagos, we want to thank you and your company, Wecan Construction Company, for the contributions you have made to our security unit, which has made a very tangible difference. We appreciate your commitment. Thank you for being part of our safety architecture. Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you very much. Madam Vice Chancellor, the last presentation is going to one man who ensured that Kofo Ademola Hall that was dilapidated, the security post, and the electrical appliances were shocking. Not only did he fix it, he also ensured that place that was shocking is no longer shocking. And what did he do again? Our innocent damaged Jeep, he repaired it. Mr. Akorede, CEO, Korede Spaghetti.
Mr. Akorede Alimi, CEO, Korede Spaghetti, on behalf of the security unit, as well as the staff and students of the University of Lagos, we appreciate your philanthropic efforts and your contribution, which has significantly impacted our security initiatives. I also want to recognize that you are part of those who feed our community. Thank you very much. Well done.
We are always bringing this event to an end. The vote of thanks to be done by the admin officer and the public relations officer for senior staff of State of Nigeria University, Comrade Benga Eso. Thank you so much.
Professor Musa Adebayo Babalola, the Dean Student Affairs Division, will do the closing prayer, and then in reverse order, we take the best institutional anthem anywhere in the world, the Unilag Tv, the national anthem, and then we all depart. Professor Musa Adebayo Babalola, closing prayer. Bishop Oyami. Please. I'll take my picture with DSC. I've been looking for DSC. Receive refuge in God from Satan and cost. In the name of God, the most beneficent, most merciful. All praises and adoration is due to God, the Lord of incomparable majesty. We give thanks to Him for making today a reality, because the proposal that we're going to have today, He has made it possible for us. But He says that man proposes what God disposes. So we give thanks to Him for making today a success. We have recognized that our security unit is doing a fantastic job. We are praying to God Almighty to continue to support them, to also continue to enhance the financials of the university, so that the university will continue to support them to achieve outstanding success, so that we continue to record peace and progress in the University of Lagos. Oh, our Lord, by saying, Henry Ford said, coming together is the beginning, keeping together is progress, and working together is success. In my usual manner, what's my jacket? Once the jacket is off, it means my job is done. Adios amigos, gracias, obrigado, siamoga, danke, merci. Unilag anthem, the national anthem, and we all depart in God's grace. History has been made in University of Lagos. Congratulations once again, the entire security unit. Congratulations, Professor Folashade Tolulogbo Ogushola, OON, FAS. My name is Shewa Jilagba. God bless you all and have a productive week ahead.
I want to be a member of that table.
You're about to graduate, and suddenly, everyone's asking, what next? You smile. You say, I'll figure it out. But inside, you're freaking out. The job market is scary. Your passion is unclear. And your parents are eagerly waiting to see you thrive. If this sounds familiar, you're not alone. Today on Low Key, Not Okay, we're talking about how to plan your life after graduation without losing your mind. Welcome to the very first episode of Low Key, Not Okay, where we say everything you're feeling but can't exactly explain. I'm Daniel, and I'll be joined today by psychotherapist and emotional wellness coach, Ediri Ose Ediale. She's worked with students, professionals, and young adults who all have one thing in common. They're all anxious about the future. So if you're in your final year, you just graduated, or you're stuck in NYSC, this one's for you. You're very welcome, ma'am. Very nice to have you today.
Thank you so much for having me.
How exactly are you feeling? How are you today?
I'm good. I'm actually very good. Thank you.
All right. So we're going to, take it very slow and, have this very brilliant conversation today, right? So graduating is supposed to feel like something big. I mean, it's something you're looking forward to years and years and years after waiting, right? But why does it often feel like a burden sometimes, rather than something to be really joyful about, especially when you've gotten to that moment where, you're saying goodbye to university?
Okay, well, there are several reasons. And I think the first one is there's an adrenaline rush when you're about to graduate because you're looking forward to leaving there. It's like a focus of a success point, so to speak, that this is like a goal.
Yeah.
So you put a lot of energy towards getting there. Maybe you're reading, you're handling your projects, you're just getting things ready to graduate. And then when you do graduate, your adrenaline drops. So that adrenaline drop, because adrenaline comes with a lot of excitement, expectations. So when you've done the work, you've graduated, it's as if, what next? So there's an adrenaline drop. So it could be part of why one is feeling a little bit sad, because there's nothing to wake up to, rush about again. So I have gotten there, I've gotten to this point. And the second point is there's something called an arrival fallacy. Now, an arrival fallacy is the ideology or the thought pattern that my happiness is at a particular point or is with a particular possession. So if I get a new car, or I'm in a relationship, I travel abroad, I graduate, that is where my happiness lies. But why that is a fallacy, that is not true, is because happiness or joy is not an external factor. It's not indicated by external factors. It is from internal. So when you buy the car or you're in a relationship or you've traveled abroad and you find out, so why am I not happy? Why am I not excited? So that's the arrival fallacy, that postponing your joy to a particular time or when I get a particular thing is why people arrive there and they're sad. And then I think the final point is just that you are now moving from the known to the unknown. You've been in this school for 4 years or 5 years, depending. You've made friends, acquaintances. You've kind of created a dynamics and a harmony for yourself where some of you are the big boys and the big girls in school. And now you're leaving this, your safe haven, to somewhere nobody knows you. And you have to kind of start at the bottom. So you create some kind of, fear and anxiety. So that's why. One is the adrenaline drops. 2 is that you think happiness resides in a possession or an event or in a person, and it's not. And then 3 is that you're just leaving the known to the unknown. So that's why.
Wow. So that journey into something that, we have not experienced before can reduce the excitement and joy that we often feel.
Absolutely.
So that's interesting. So now, is it okay for a student to spend at least 4 years in school, maybe sometimes 3 years, depending on the institution, and yet not feel like they have achieved anything?
Well,
or perhaps do not feel a sense of purpose?
Okay, so purpose is continuous. Finding purpose is not static. And even people that are much older, that have worked, that have opened businesses, they'll tell you they're still in the journey of finding purpose. So it's not anything to be worried about. That you've been in school for 4 years and you've read a particular course, subject, and you're still asking yourself, so what is life about? What is life about for me? No, there's nothing wrong with that. It's perfectly normal, and it's nothing to be scared or worried or ashamed of, because even those that are working, you keep finding yourself as you embark on different endeavors. So you do this, you say, I like this, I don't like this, and it doesn't stop. So finding yourself is not a journey where you arrive at a destination at a particular time. It's something that you can do. People discover new talents in themselves far into their years. So no, don't be bothered that you don't have everything, your ducks in a row, you're still finding yourself, and there's nothing to be worried about.
People say that if you don't, maybe not a lot, but I know a few people who have this ideology that if you have not been able to put your life together by the time you're done with school, you might be messed up, right?
Well, there are certain things that come with each level of your life. When you're living secondary school, you're living university and all that. So there are certain things you should have at least a little bit of a knowledge of. So am I going into full-time employment? Am I going to do business? What do I want to do at this stage of my life? However, it is not something that if you do not have the clear picture 100%, should cause you so much anxiety, because life is a continuous discovery. And while you should have a plan, realize that the plans can change. So don't beat yourself over the head because everything is not clear to you. So no, don't worry yourself about that.
So and that also means, because I remember while I was much younger, there's this thing we used to do. We would sort of plan our lives, right? Okay, this is how I want my life to go. By age 18, I should probably be for some people, even at age 17, they should be in uni. And by, say, 4 years, that's 21, you should be done. 22, you should be at NYSC. 23, I should have a job and be married and all of that. So what begins to happen, because there are quite a number of us who, while during school is happening, life is falling apart and all of that, you find out that you're behind schedule in life and all those things are happening. What should be the right approach when you get that realization that, man, it looks like my life is falling apart and everything is just, going out of place. Nothing seems to be following that laid out plan that I might have, created for myself earlier.
So first of all, that your life is falling apart is a subjective analogy.
Okay. All right.
Because it's like you're hypersensitive to what is around you, that you're making little challenges an existential crisis. And it's not an existential crisis that you have not been able to achieve this or this. So first of all, definitions are important. Definitions will help you know what the next decision to take.
Okay.
So the definition is your life really falling apart? Or is it that I have not been able to get a job? Or I have not been able to do my master's? Or I have not been able to do this or do this. So let's define it the way it is. Because if you define it in your head that my life is falling apart, you probably will take decisions to say, okay, I don't want my life to fall apart, so I'm going to do this. So first of all, define it as is what it is. And that is, I'm having a challenge here or I'm having a challenge there. And then when you do that, you can now put it what we call the sphere of control. So the sphere of control is what is within your control and what is outside your control. So what is outside your control is not something you should spend sleepless nights about. Because no matter how much you worry, you can't change it. And things outside your control are policies of government, decisions about strikes, decisions in maybe an organization you're targeting on how their employment looks like. Those things are out of your control. But there are things that are in your control, and that is the discipline you put, the amount of work you put, the information you get, how you want to keep yourself both mentally and physically at optimal so that you can do the work. So those ones are within your control. So please, first of all, define it appropriately, because as a psychotherapist, one of the things we teach is how your thought patterns affect your decisions, your feelings, and your behavior. So if you define it in a way that is causing you panic, you will panic. And the reality is that you may take decisions that are not helpful because you panicked. So define it. I need to get a job. I need to finish school. I need to go for my master's. Define it. And then you can now begin to take small steps when you have understood that this is my sphere of control, this is outside my sphere of control. And then you can now take decisions there. But first of all, define it appropriately.
Okay. All right. So thank you for that beautiful response. And I think this really leads me into my next question. So when people, when people panic during their graduation, or probably after their graduation, how much of that pressure is really coming from outside? I mean, family pressure, maybe other friends' successes and other things. So how much of that pressure is really coming from outside? And how can students, how can individuals, manage all of that that's happening around them at that period?
From a psychology and psychotherapist perspective, I think a major percent is external. A major percent of the pressure we feel is external. Expectations from family, expectations from society. And you see, those expectations they shouldn't be your defining reason for doing anything, because those expectations can actually push you in the wrong direction. So I hear a lot of panic among students. And that is because there is this assumption that, somebody else is doing better than me.
Yeah.
And with social media, you are fighting against something that is not real.
Interesting.
You see someone that has curated their lives, put the best pictures, the best times in their life. You see them in the airport. That airport they're in is the first time they've been in the airport in 5 years. You see them with a new bag or a new outfit. They have gone to buy the outfits. The other clothes are just normal clothes. Just one little success, and they put the certificate there. And then you begin to doubt yourself. So you are now competing with something that is not even real.
Wow.
And you're putting yourself under pressure for something that is not even real. So one of the things you can do about that, because yes, first of all, a great percentage of it is external pressure. Sometimes it's even not something that your family has said. It's something sometimes it's something that is in your mind as what you think they expect of you. So what I will say to that is you need to have very strong values of who you are, so that you are not easily shaken by what you see. So if, for instance, you have a plan that I want to be this in the next 3 years, if you now see someone that is excelling somewhere else, that's not going to really shake you, because you know where you're going.
Yeah, of course.
And you know that even as I want to go here, this is my path. These are my values. So I will not deviate from my values to get there. So I will not be unduly influenced by what I see. And then also, societal expectations are things we need to really talk about, because a lot of ideologies, is being challenged now.
Yeah, well, very much.
We're challenging a lot of those ideologies now, when we're children. So there's something called conditioning. So conditioning is, I don't tell you that women stay at home and cook.
Yeah.
But you wake up in the morning and you see your mom at home cooking.
Of course.
You go outside, you see on the billboard, the man is carrying a briefcase going to work and the woman is cooking. You're being conditioned to think that is how life should be. So that lady that is being conditioned, or that man that has been conditioned, will grow up and say, I need to go to work because I'm a man. And the lady's like, I need to be in the kitchen because I'm a woman. Who told you? You were conditioned by your environment. So when you say, I need to do this by this age, or I need to do this by this age, ask yourself, why? Where is the infallible fact, global, world accepted fact that I must be this by this age? Where is it written? Why am I under pressure by this thing? What is this a value I have decided for myself? Or is this I've been conditioned to believe that if I do not go abroad to do my master's, I have failed?
Or any other master's you do anywhere
is not it.
Yeah.
So why? So you need to ask yourself, why do I feel like this? Because a lot of times the thoughts that we think and the motivations are in our mind, and they are not always facts. So yes, pressure is most likely external, more external than internal. How do you combat it? What are your values? What's your path in life? What have you decided for yourself? Check your thoughts and your ideologies. I'm doing this because. I'm going for my master's because. Do I believe in it? Or is it because I see everybody's doing it? I'm going into this job because. Do I feel that this is the way? Because everybody now is a data analyst. But there are people making lots of money in agriculture. So are you just being swept with the tide? Or do you have knowledge that is the way you should go? So you need to challenge those ideologies. You need to challenge those thoughts so that you're not just under pressure to do. You know exactly what you want to do.
I really enjoyed the fact, I like the fact that you mentioned conditioning and, asking why. But I would like to just wind back a little bit and go back to pressure.
Okay.
Right. Is there any time where pressure is, say, necessary? Or is there the good side to pressure? Because, I was going to ask, where do we draw the line between, but let me just even allow you answer that question first.
Okay.
Can pressure be something positive? Can it lead to positive results at all?
While it can,
Okay.
human beings have a natural negative default. We have a negative bias as a
Okay.
default.
Mhm.
That means we're more negative to ourselves and people around us than we are positive.
Wow.
So while pressure, and I see pressure as motivation for you to do better.
Exactly.
Of course, there's a place for it, but because we are naturally negative, I always tend to say, give yourself more grace in what you're doing so that you do not become depressed. Because if you focus on the pressure to do, you may become very unhappy with yourself. So yes, you should have outline goals and you should pursue those goals. And sometimes when you see a friend that has done this or done that, that should be a healthy motivation.
Yeah.
But I am careful because we have a natural negative bias as human beings to be very critical of ourselves.
Yeah.
And this criticism of ourselves can turn into something else. So yes, motivation is good. Yes, having goals is good. Yes, pursuing them is good. And that you see your colleagues or your friends achieving something and you want to, it's fine. It's fine. But I would always add, give yourself grace. Give yourself grace. Don't let that be a downfall spiral into depression.
I think it's also important that you mentioned this because we tend to, and it's also interesting to learn the fact that there's something even called that negative bias.
Yes.
Right? It can really take us down deep pits that we don't want to be in.
So can I say what a negative bias is?
Yeah.
A negative bias is that maybe you are getting feedback from your lecturer or your parents and they say, hey, you did this well. There's improvement that needs to be done in this part.
Yeah.
And then you leave the room. You only remember the negative thing they said.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
The positive one just flies over your head.
Yeah.
You don't even believe it. But the negative one gives you sleepless nights. So why is that? So it's really funny that someone has told you
It's present within everybody.
unless you work at it, unless you are aware, and then you begin to work at it to say, I'm going to receive this information as objectively as I can, and not spiral that someone corrected me.
All right. I would just like the conversation to keep flowing. And so, say someone's watching right now and they feel totally overwhelmed, right? So, what are 3 practical things that they could do right now so that they can take the edge off that panic? Yeah, because we've spoken so much about panic, the pressure, and all of that. So, what are 3 practical things that someone can do to get off that edge?
Okay, so I had a client that was in this situation and they said, oh, I don't know what is wrong with me. I'm just overwhelmed. I'm just panicking. And I said, and so what I said to the person is what I'm going to be saying to anybody.
Right.
I said, when did it start?
Okay.
And I said, okay, can you just investigate what happened to you today? There's a trigger point.
Yeah.
So what that feeling of pressure or being overwhelmed, there's a trigger point. So I said, can you find out what the trigger point is? And then the person told us, well, nothing happened today. I said, okay, let's go to yesterday. And then they went to yesterday and then they found the trigger point that someone gave them an information.
So what exactly is
the trigger point?
What?
The trigger point is different for everybody. So that person that is overwhelmed, maybe they've heard, you need to, all people that are graduates, by the time they have graduated for 2 years, they should have gotten a good job.
Yeah.
He hears that maybe in a conversation. That's a trigger point for him.
So something that makes it start.
A trigger point, that's something that makes your emotions rise. And if you're not aware, like I'm explaining to you, you don't even know trigger points are there. So it might just be a conversation with your friend, and she says to the lady, you see your size. Everybody is doing fit farmer, you're just eating. And you laugh about it.
Yeah.
That's a trigger point.
But then it stays.
It stays subconsciously.
Yeah. Wow.
You don't know. So what I would say is that if you're overwhelmed, investigate what the trigger was. And when you investigate the trigger, ask yourself, that information, is it accurate? how accurate is it?
Yeah.
So if he says, for instance, that if you're 25, you should be this, or 22, you should be this, is that an accurate statement? And so when you begin to investigate, you're giving yourself counter emotions to feel.
Yeah.
Rather than feel, I have failed, I'm not beautiful, I'm not good enough. You're giving yourself counter informations by that investigation. So first, investigate the trigger. Ask yourself, that information, is it accurate? The third is talk. Talk is therapy. One of the whole foundations of my profession is that talk is therapy. So this is what happens. If you have something that is bothering you, the moment you open your mouth to talk about it, from 100% it reduces to like 60%.
Why does that happen though?
So it happens because the person you're talking to is not as emotionally invested as you. So the person is able to give you a rational counter scenario that because you are so clouded in emotion, you can't see it. So the moment you say, oh, they said 25-year-old, you should be doing this. And they say, and the person now says, see, I have this friend that was when he was 30. I have this friend. And so it kind of just sheds light into your emotion. So it just makes you feel better. So bottled up emotion, and that's why people go into depression. Bottled up emotion is much bigger than an emotion that is shared.
So, talking. Never knew. I mean, people would say that it's not good to talk. You shouldn't be talking so much.
Talk is therapy.
Yeah, and I mean, talking to the right people as well.
Right people.
Right.
If you can see a professional, fine, but not everybody has access to a professional. Just have someone that I can trust. I just want to say something, and the person will say, hey, it's not that bad now. Why are you bothering yourself like that? And immediately you start feeling better. You just say, it's true. Why was I even taking it like that? It's not
I think
that.
I can remember a couple of instances where things like that have happened to me.
Yeah.
That's thank you very much for that response. So now moving again back to the theme, how to plan your life after graduation. There's usually how will I put it now? There's usually a this or that when it comes to planning your life, right? For people who have something that they love to do, and it might not exactly be what is paying the bills. How do you now navigate that tension between doing what you really love and what pays the, because there are most families that once you're done with school, you're becoming your own person, right? Some certain responsibilities begin to fall on you.
Yeah.
So you need to start thinking of how to take care of yourself. So if what you love is not exactly paying the bills, then how do you now navigate that tension?
Well, I don't think it should be mutually exclusive. So this is what I mean by that. I don't think that you have to pursue one for the other one and throw the other one away. You have to be realistic with where you are in life. So I have to pay bills. I have to be responsible to my family, to my commitments. Of course, that's the reality. And then my vision might not come into fruition in the first 2, 3, 4, 5 years. But the truth is, the fact that you're even going to pursue the one that is going to pay the bills, there's I call it virtue. There's virtue there.
Yeah.
There's virtue where you are learning discipline. There's virtue where you're mixing with other people. So use that knowledge, but don't throw away the other one that is a passion. So what can you do in the interim? You can continue to study about whatever it is that is the vision. You can go for networking events. So for instance, if you say, I want to be an entrepreneur in this, but because I need money, I need to go to work and work the 9 to 5. While you're working the 9 to 5, look for the community of those things that are those people that are your vision, and keep in close contact with them. Because that is your vision doesn't mean the vision has to actualize today or tomorrow. It's a vision, it will actualize. It's your purpose, it's your passion, it will actualize. So be real, you have to eat, you have to wear clothes. You have to wear clothes. And you have to be a responsible person to the society. So whatever it is you need to do at that time, please go ahead and do it. But do not lose hold of that purpose. Hold it in some way. So whether it's even with interactions, studying, go for seminars, go for events, and then invest. When I mean invest time or resources into that thing. So even if it is 10 naira a month, I'm going to invest it to buy, maybe it's a write-up or a book. I'm going to invest it to attend whatever. You're just saying, I'm doing this because I'm not going to let go of this.
You don't want to be disconnected.
I don't want to be disconnected, because if you're also not careful, the one that is providing the resources at that time becomes so real that you mentioned, maybe that my dream was just a dream.
Yeah.
So you have to do something to keep that dream alive, no matter how small. No matter how small. And then, as years unfold and maybe more resources and support come, you can do little things for that your passion. So it doesn't have to be mutually exclusive. You don't have to throw away a 9 to 5 because you want to pursue your passion. And you don't have to throw away your passion because you want to pursue a 9 to 5. There's a way you can make the two of them work.
Yeah. So they can be mutually inclusive. Okay.
But one will probably be higher than the other for a time. And then when you are...
How do you deal with that though?
Okay, so when one is higher is that you have to keep talking to yourself that, yes, I am here working in this organization instead of being the next big artist in Nigeria.
Yeah.
But I know where I'm going. So when I have a little money, I'm going to go and buy this microphone or something. And the next time I'm going to buy this. So you have to talk to yourself because it can be a little bit discouraging when you see people what's the word people say? They don't blow.
Actually. Yeah.
So you may feel,
left behind.
So you have to keep telling yourself that it's just a time. It's just a time. I'm going to get that.
All right. So next question is it okay to, because really all of this panic and pressure can be very overwhelming. So is it okay to, just take a break, take a pause, not just, be in that period where you don't want to jump into the next thing. I just want to be in this moment and not go into NYSC or maybe going into the next job or pursuing the next thing. I really just want to be. Is that fine?
But for how long though? So it's fine and then it's not fine. So it's fine in that everybody needs a break.
Yeah.
Especially if you've come out something so challenging as graduating. But I wouldn't want anybody to put their life on pause to the point that you have to wait for another cycle for you to maybe go for your NYSC because you might I don't want them to get stuck in that place of I needed a break. So the question I would ask if the person was a client, I was like, what does the break mean to you? Why do you need the break? Because if it is an emotional issue, a trauma issue, or there's something going on, time alone doesn't heal. So that thing that time heals is not a correct statement. Time can heal if you put in the work to heal. So if there's trauma involved, there's fear involved, like we talked about graduating and it's for you to be happy you're free.
Exactly.
You need to deal with the fear. Just taking a break is not going to heal that fear. Just taking a break is not going to solve the issue. So taking a break is fine. But if there is something deeper that is instigating you wanting to take that break, you must find a solution to it.
Else it
won't go away. After you've done the 2 years or how long ever you want, you'll come back and you're still jittery. You're still unsure. You are still a little bit scared. So what I will say is, why do you want to take the pause? It's good to rest, but rest can be. I know that there's usually a time frame between university and service. Sometimes it's long, sometimes it's short. Okay, fine. Why do I need the pause? Is it that I'm physically tired? And if I need rest, how much rest do I need? If it is not just that, I need to discover what it is. So even while I'm taking the rest, I'm also addressing the issue. So that after an agreed time, I'm back and I'm ready. But if you just say, I'm just going to take time off, this school was just hectic, it just stressed my life. And then I'll ask the person that life can be stressful. So if you say, I'm going to take a break from life because it was stressful, how many breaks are you going to be taking from life? So can we talk about it and say, can I teach you conflict management skills? Can I teach you stress management skills? Can I teach you how to prioritize and take action in small bites so that while you're going in, you're not overwhelmed? And then if we can do that, maybe the pause does not have to wait till you need to 2 cycles have gone, or whether it's NYSC 2 cycles have gone, or whatever you need to be before you get back. And you get back and you seem as if there's another issue because you're now lost. My friends have moved ahead and I'm here. So we need to address why you need that rest. We need to address why you need that pause. Is it that I want to enjoy life? Just see life. I've been reading for 4 years. I just want to enjoy my life. So we need to address that. Can we enjoy life within a certain timeline? Because usually there's something deeper. There's usually something deeper. we need to address it and then make sure the person is fine, and then you can do what you want to do.
That was yet another brilliant, response. So to my next question, do you think that, therapy or coaching can actually help people who are currently in this stage of their life?
Absolutely. So let me first of all define what therapy is and then maybe what coaching is. So therapy is healing from mind and emotional trauma.
Okay.
So first of all, let me say, when we talk about mental health, please understand that mental health is about the quality of your mind, the quality of your emotions, and how they impact your behavior. So it's mind, emotions, and behavior. So what therapy does is, if there's someone that is struggling with their emotions, where they're depressed, they're anxious, they're traumatized by different events. So trauma is any very negative situation that's impacted the person. So if someone has suicidal ideation, you definitely need therapy. And if someone is feeling stuck in terms of, I don't know what the next phase of my life, I don't know what to do, or they're struggling in school or with life in taking decisions, they do need therapy, because like I said, there may be something there. So therapy is needed to understand what is instigating those emotions that is causing the problem, and then giving the person enlightenment, and then they can move on. So therapy definitely is helpful. Coaching, on the other hand, is more of like a strategy support, where the coaching can help the person to strategize. What are your plans? How much money do you have? How much resources do you have? What can we do? So, I mean, therapy and coaching, very, very important. I hear a lot of snide remarks about...
Yes.
I hear a lot of snide remarks about therapy and coaching. And it comes from a place of lack of knowledge. Let me tell you why. So therapy is science. There's a neuroscience to therapy. Because your brain forms activities and pathways. And some of those activities and pathways are negative. It is a professional that can teach you how to come out of it. So it's not about motivating that you are a good person. I believe, no, that's not therapy.
That's what most people think.
That's what people know. It's not at all. There's a science to it. So people that are depressed, have you not noticed that you say, there's nothing to be depressed about, just be happy. It's not possible. People that are unnecessarily anxious, why are you anxious? Now everything's okay. It's not possible. There's a science to it. So that's where therapy comes in. And, people laugh. Some people laugh about it. Some people stigmatize it. There's nothing wrong with me. They don't understand. I tell people sometimes that the 1% of the 1% in the world, that means those are the wealthy people, they all have coaches and therapists around them to support them. But we take it as a joke. It's not a joke. And therapy is not a matter of just send money to my account and I'll be fine.
Actually.
That's not therapy.
Just give me food.
Just give me food. Once I see the alerts, all problems are over. No, that's not therapy. So you do need therapy. You need coaching. If you're struggling with life, you do need it, and it's very good. And there are pro bono therapy. There are free resources you can, go and get information to support you. And then there are professional counselors like me that you can also call. But therapy is good, coaching is good.
Okay, so what would the process be like for somebody who is facing a lot of these pressures after school, who wants to get out of that? So if this person was to maybe get coaching or therapy, what would that process for that person
look like?
Yes.
So first of all, we do something called the process of exploration. So the process of exploration is just getting to know you. What's your name? What are your likes? What's your background? What are your ideologies? Because they don't understand that they are stuck because of something that they believe. They are stuck because of something they have learned or been conditioned to believe. So if you're being conditioned to believe that I'm a failure or I can't amount to anything, before you even start something, you're already kind of giving yourself a negative. So we need to find out what is going on. Why can't you take this decision? And it takes a little bit of time in getting to kind of unpack, yes. But if you're trying to do it on your own, what I would say is write down your thoughts every day. So if you say, it's time for me to go to school or time for me to go somewhere, I'm not going to go. You're not going to go. Why? Write it down. So I'm not going to go because the last time I failed, I'll fail again. Who says because you failed the last time? So when you begin to write those things down,
you probably find patterns.
You find patterns. Then you begin to challenge those patterns. You begin to ask questions about those patterns. And then something called behavioral modification. So that means I don't feel like going to school. I don't feel like talking to anybody, but I'll do it anyway. Because when you now behave, even though your mind is telling you somehow, your mind catches up with your behavior.
You're challenging something that's
You're challenging something. So I don't really feel like, but I'm going to do it anyway. You now find out in like an hour, your mind has caught up with your action. So those are kind of things we do to help.
I think that has been one of the most powerful things that I've heard so far, and it's quite interesting how, and that would probably just lead us to bringing this whole session to an end. What would be one mindset shift, right? Something that you would say to a graduate, fresh graduate, somebody who is just about to get into the job market, probably after NYSC or whatever. What is that thing you would say to give, or what exactly is the mindset shift for them to approach life?
I will tell them that your thoughts are shaping your life. Your thoughts are not always true.
Okay.
Challenge those thoughts that are not true. Your thoughts are determining. So when I was in a secondary school to talk about mental health, and I saw a group of the serious ones in front. The ones what they call a FICO. And I saw the
school too.
And I saw the jokers at the back. And I told them that the reason why you're sitting down there is because you told yourself in your mind, that's where I need to be. You don't just do anything. Thoughts are so fleeting. But before you wore these clothes, you thought about it. Before you woke up in the morning and did what you did, you thought about it. They are very fast. They can decide your life for good or for bad. So you need to begin to think about your thoughts. And I said there's a neuroscience to it. What you think about consistently becomes your pattern. It's like it becomes your language. People that can't be, what's the word, hardworking or whatever, sometimes they are stuck in their head. And let me give you the analogy to it. You speak English, right?
Yes, I do.
Do you speak any other language apart from English?
Not very fluently.
But you speak English fluently?
Yes.
So if I tell you, Dad, why are you not speaking Russian?
Or German.
Or German. Speak it now. I've given you the book. I've taught you. Speak it. Can you speak it?
No.
When you tell somebody, why can't you be more hardworking or less depressed? It's like you're telling them, why can't you speak Russian? Their brain does not understand the language of not being depressed.
Wow.
So what do you do when you want to learn Russian? You pick up the book and you study every day and you practice. That is how you change your mindset.
Wow.
You have to know what is wrong, pick up the information that is needed, study it every day and practice. That's the only way you will change. You cannot tell somebody to snap out of depression.
Wow.
You cannot tell someone to snap out of anxiety. You have to teach them and they have to do the work every day, and then they get to a point where they are not as anxious.
Wow.
So I would tell them, check your thoughts, because your thoughts are determining your emotions and your behavior. So check your thoughts.
All right, so just before I let you leave, say, now, I'm learning about this now.
Okay.
How powerful my thoughts are.
Yeah.
But I think that I may have done some things to my life because of how I might have thought.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be very easy to, or what exactly?
To undo it.
Exactly, because the impact now is the reality I'm living in.
Absolutely.
So how exactly do I how do I undo the damage that has been done?
Fantastic question. There's something called neuroplasticity.
Okay.
Neuroplasticity says your brain can change. If you see someone that is an addict, the structure of their brain is not the same as someone that is not an addict. If you see someone that has consistent depression or negative thoughts, the structure of their brain is not the same. But the beauty is that the brain can change. So if you put in the work, the addict's brain or the other person that is depressed brain, the structure begins to change. If you consistently determine to do certain things, after some time it becomes your default. So if, like you say, I want to learn how to speak a language, and then I take the book and I do the exercise, and when you see people, they're speaking to English, you say, no, I'm going to answer you in Russian because I want to learn Russian. After a few years, Russian becomes very easy to you. It's the same thing in undoing. you have to understand what you need to undo. And then you now say, okay, these are the exercises I'm going to be doing to undo it. You get to a point that new pathway becomes your default.
So whatever it is that my thoughts have made to become my reality, as much as I've done it, there's a way to undo it.
There's a way to undo it. It takes time. So a lot of people get discouraged. Because you know when we're talking about habits, 21 days, they never taught us the science behind it. That your brain's default is like this. So to change the default of the brain, it takes time. It takes time and consistency in doing what you need to do.
And I think that, you know, that particular point in time where we're about to leave school is a critical moment because
fantastic moment.
Life begins to run through your face and then you begin to realize some of the mistakes that you've made. And I like that we're ending on this note because whatever errors, right, that a student, graduate has made to put them in the situation where they are now panicking, feeling so overwhelmed, all of that they can in that moment, well, not in a moment, but in that phase, begin to change all of that. And you know, it's like you're restarting your life again.
And you can.
Interesting.
So what I will say is that you can. If you even have, you've been at the bottom rung of your class in terms of your education, you know, you can get high. You can. It's just the knowledge. And then the knowledge not to give when things are difficult. Because it will look as if nothing is happening. So I've been doing this thing for the past 1 week. It takes more than 1 week. It takes more than 1 month. But just keep doing it. And then at a point in time, your default will be that new you that you wanted to see.
Interesting. It's quite, it's been an interesting one. And I really hate that we have to call it quits right here on this very episode. It's been a pleasure having you.
Thank you so much.
With us here, ma'am. And this has been an exciting episode, and I'm sure that you can as well admit with me. If your life, you know, feels messy right now, good. It means you're thinking, you're alive, you're trying. And that's exactly why we started Low Key, Not Okay. To remind you that panic doesn't mean failure. It means that you care. Thank you, ma'am, for being here once again. Every new episode, we have new episodes that drop every 2 weeks. If you've got any questions, do well to DM us on Instagram at Unilag TV or leave a comment below. And remember, it's okay to be low key and not okay. We'll see you on the next one.
University of Lagos. A round of applause. Now, this lecture is an initiative by the European Commission, the United Nations Development Programme, and top academic institutions in the world. And in this case, the University of Lagos. And I'm proud to let you know that we are making history as the first African university to be hosting this lecture series. So you're a part of history. But before I go further, I would like to honor a number of people that are seated with us today. The first person I would like to acknowledge is the presence of Mr. Adebisi Ade. Hello? Okay. The representatives of the HOD Economics Department. Next person is Mr. Kumi Azaya and Akoni Ismailiat, the representative of Unilag Communications Unit. Mr. Oladapo Emmanuel, representative of Unilag Son. Adejoko Adedamola. Mr. Adejoko Adedamola, a round of applause for him, please. El Hazan Latana, I believe I pronounced that properly, I'm sorry, is the representative of the UNDP. A round of applause for that, for him. Mr. Abu Rilwan, the expert from Faith Institute. A round of applause for him, please. Kende Adeboiga and Ambassador Solomon Chokwe, Human Rights Journalists Network. A round of applause for them. With us is also Professor Quadri Mariam, the HOD of the Political Science Department. And we also have Ms. Lara Rabiu, the CEO of Afara Initiative. A round of applause for Mr. Aliu Jamiu too. And Odebumi Ramon, the Political Science Staff Advisor for the International Affairs Students Association. And finally, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Dele Ashiru, lecturer at the Department of Political Science. Now, this lecture, yes. So this is a lecture of top global thinkers, a discussed department in the European Union, countries, and beyond. The series Kapuscinski Lectures, also known as Cap Talks, is named after the Polish reporter and writer Ryszard Kapuscinski. And today's topic of discussion is titled Youth Engagement in African Economic Development, Harnessing the Potential of the Next Generation. And you're clearly in the right room because a large majority of us are the next generations. We are the next presidents, chairmen, local government councillors, and beyond. So a round of applause for yourself for being here. And right now, I will be welcoming Dr. Ferdinand Otto as he makes his welcome address. A round of applause as he makes his seat.
To add to what she said, we would like to make an addition. He is Professor Ferdinand Otto. Please put an hand together for him. He's staff advisor for the International Affairs Students Association. Also, we have in our midst Dr. Olajide Bamidele from the Department of Political Science. And we have Mr. Kehinde Adegboyega from the Human Rights Journalists Network. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MC. Well, we invited so many people, but most of them are not present yet. So let me start by acknowledging our guest speaker today, Mrs. Lara Rabiu, the representative of UNDP, the representative of European Union, and our main host or sponsor for this program. How do you pronounce this? Kapuscinski. The head of Department of Political Science, Professor Omolarak Quadri, the immediate past chairman of ASO, our great union, Dr. Dele Ashiru, my colleagues, Dr. Olajide Bamidele, the former president of ISA, Mr. Solomon Tope, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the members of the press, it is an honor to welcome you all to this epoch event, as it is the first public lecture to be organized under the auspices of this great association, the International Affairs Students Association. Since its inception, We are particularly grateful to God that this association is making progress with this public lecture today on youth engagement in African economic development, harnessing the potential of the next generation. Ladies and gentlemen, let me reflect on the journey of this association briefly. In 2013-2014 academic session, this association was established. It was envisioned to organize programs of this nature. It is not a coincidence that today event is taking place. International Students Affairs Association was conceived to be a platform for the students to fraternize and share knowledge among members and other global audience. Thank you. Other global on topical issues that are central to the advancement of international diplomacy. Last year, the association launched its maiden edition of the magazine called Diplomatic. The magazine provides the platform to contribute to debate on international issues. Through the General Assembly session, which holds every 2 weeks, issues are deliberated and resolutions are passed. The General Assembly session provides a platform for members to understand the workings of the United Nations. Today we have gathered to synthesize and renew our call for youth engagement in the development of society. Today's lecture aims to provide a resource for formulating and implementing policies that promote engagement, empowerment, and investment in young people in Africa. Africa is at a crossroad in its development effort. At this critical juncture, its quest for development requires all hands on deck. This is by recognizing the role the youth will play in the development of the continent. In recent time, there is progressive discourse on African development path. People of African, including the youth, are gaining the conviction that they are the instruments of their own sustainable upliftment and are taking the initiative towards realizing their African's dream. Africa has the youngest population in the world, with 70% of sub-Saharan Africa under the age of great opportunities contribute to the development of the continent. Having a young population brings many opportunities for development of the continent, opportunities for economic growth rather, and innovation. If these opportunities can be recognized and utilized, by sheer numbers alone, the choices, opportunities, and constraints of young people will continue to play a major role in shaping Africa's development. No doubt, young people have the creative potential which can be harnessed for the development of the continent. Unfortunately, they are left out in the developmental scheme. Involving them in politics, the society stands to benefit immensely as they bring ingenuity to bear in the economic growth through innovation. Africa is a continent full of hope and optimism. The continent offers tremendous hope of revival and rejuvenation. With growth becoming exhausted in Europe and the high-performing Asian economies slowing down, analysts looking to Africa for the next surge in economic growth. The continent is far from exhausting its incredible multifaceted potential. It is for this reason that we admonish the African leaders to engage the youth, create a space for them, and give them a seat at the table. Don't just offer this seat passively, but empower them to actually use it. Young people have the potential and they have collective power. With guidance, they can use their power for collective benefit of the society. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all warmly welcomed to the University of First Choice and Nation's Pride. At this juncture, I thank all our partners for this event for their generous support. The interest shown by you is an indication of the importance attached to this issue of youth involvement in the development of Africa. The African Union is very mindful of this, and it will have to make conscious effort to harness the potential endowed in African youth by nature. To our guest lecturer, who came all the way from the United States, we are eternally grateful for this honor done to us. We express our gratitude to our main sponsor, the European Union and United Nations Development Program, University of Lagos Management for supporting this initiative, the Department for International Partnership, to our Dean of Faculty of Social Sciences, who is not present today, also giving the association the support, and our amiable head of department, who is always there for the association. We thank you for your support and encouragement. For the International Affairs Students Association members, I urge flying. Today's will not be the end.
So we have heard it. If you are still interested after this conversation, because we can't just have this conversation and then go on our way and live our lives. If you want to continue this conversation and make real change, you can definitely join the International Affairs Students Association. I believe there's a representative that you can go ahead to meet, or you can go to the registration desk and make inquiries. The next person I would be addressing is Mr. Albert Stephen. He is the Vice President of One Data. A round of applause for him, please. It's a great time for me to mention that this event is proudly funded by the European Commission. A round of applause for the European Commission. That is why we are here. Now, I would like for us to please stand up as we recite the national anthem.
Oh God.
Nigeria may be blessed.
Thank you very much. You can have your seat now. Our next address would be from a representative of the European Commission. Please, do we have that video?
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, I would like to extend my warm greetings from Abuja to all participants, especially Unilag and UNDP officials and our keynote speaker, Madame Lara Rabiu. I would have loved to join you in person at Unilag, where I had the honor to be hosted for a conference a few weeks ago, but unfortunately, previous commitments are keeping me away from Lagos. Richard Kapuscinski was a citizen of Poland, Europe, and the world. He was the communist-era Polish press agency's only correspondent in Africa during the decolonization times. Coming from the Soviet-dominated Poland and Europe divided into West and East by the Iron Curtain, he had unique understanding and sympathy for African nations' independence efforts. Between 1956 and 1981, he reported on 27 revolutions and coups, including on other continents, until he was fired because of the support for the pro-democracy movement in his native country. His many professional journeys resulted in an impressive collection of photos and books, in which he brought to us not only the bare facts of these critical moments in history, but a deep understanding and compassion for the human struggle for a better life and freedom. You will find in his works, such as Another Day of Life of 1976 on the Anglo Civil War, The Emperor, 1983 about the downfall of Ethiopian ruler Haile Selassie, also considered to be a satire of communist Poland, and The Shadow of the Sun of 2001, the story of his years in Africa. To me personally, Richard Kapuscinski was an eye-opener on African realities, and I was marveled by his profound empathy, his sense of humanity, and his constant effort to get rid of stereotypes and to understand other nations, their history and their culture in Africa and elsewhere with respect and affection. So no wonder that the European Union and the UNDP have partnered under the key AP lectures to talk with the new generation about the development challenge we face. Those present during Kapuscinski's lifetime largely remain and are joined by new ones, such as climate change, energy transition, and stable global partnerships, etc. Since 2009, over 50,000 participants, live and online, have attended over 150 lectures in which we have debated solutions to these challenges. The EU remains a stable and reliable partner of Africa and of Nigeria in particular, keeping its commitments and staying its course to support the continent on its path towards the green, digital and inclusive transition through our Global Gateway strategy. And at the center of this partnership is youth. All our programs and projects in Nigeria address youth from various angles: economic, political, gender, or climate empowerment, to name a few. Much has been said about youth idleness, apathy, criminality, or radicalization. But if some of it can sometimes be true, it is only a result of the lack of opportunities to learn, to grow, to work, to contribute to the society. So investing in youth is investing into a better future for all. Referring to the topic of today's lecture, harnessing the potential of youth in African economic development, let me say that youth is an asset, not a liability. And young people cannot be only objects of projects. They must be subjects and actors, driving not only their own future, but also our efforts to support them. Our Youth Sounding Board acts as a standing advisory body to the EU delegation in Nigeria to better integrate the Nigerian youth perspectives in all we do here. Our EU Sustainable Economic Development programs in Nigeria take that perspective. In climate-smart agriculture, we've partnered with Germany, working with young men and women to support the development of resilient agricultural value chains. In this work, we have met many young people innovating and organizing themselves around improved food production and processing, building business for themselves and employment for others. We're working with the EU financiers on boosting investment to such young enterprises, and with France, we are preparing support to Agri TVET. In renewable energy, climate action, and circular economy, we have already supported many young new renewable energy developers through direct financing and sub-technical hand-holding to help them grow, bridge the electrification gap, and bring about a cleaner environment. We are also supporting, in partnership with France, the technical education in this nation market to help others find business and employment opportunities. We provide a visibility platform for many young, impressive Nigerian waste-to-wealth innovators. In digitalization, innovation, and youth employability, we are partnering with Germany to boost digital innovation in the private sector. Our Digital Transformation Center is based here in Lagos, working hand in hand with Unilag and NITHub, as well as many innovation hubs, businesses, and individuals across Nigeria. ICT skills are in high demand here, as we have also witnessed under our Nigeria Jubilee Fellows program implemented by UNDP. This initiative addresses a very specific problem of bridging the employability gap between the university education and the labor market. And it does so by providing fully funded annual internships in businesses in all 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. But youth employment starts early with access to good education for girls in particular and boys to the country's social and economic development. And this is also a core priority of a partnership with Nigeria. There would be much more to say on this topic, but I don't want to delay further the intervention of Madame Lara Rabiu, and so I will stop here, wishing you an insightful Kapuscinski lecture with her. Thank you very much.
One person, and that led to a partnership. 150 lectures would never have happened. You never would have this conversation. We would never have this lecture series right now. So if there is a desire, there is a change that you want to make, whether in your class, in your community, or you have a particular urge to women, children, equality, whatever it is, you can make that change here. And like we're talking about the next generation, this is the time to have the conversations with people around you. So as much as you're listening to every single person that will come here, and I believe that you have questions to ask, also meet someone. The next person probably has that same desire, and who knows, you might be the next Kapuscinski. So I just wanted to put that out there. Right now, I will be welcoming Miss Lara Rabiu for her lecture. A round of applause for her, please.
Oh, it's a big hall. I didn't see how big it was. Thanks. So I'm excited to be here. I've just come back from Abuja talking about a similar conversation, but for trying to see how we can fund the development of Africa. As you all know, the international funding is drying up. And we were in a room that was hosted by the Nigerian Sovereign Fund and other sovereign funds across Africa, China, and the Arab nations to see what the next phase of growth, how we're going to fund the next phase of growth. This is the other side of the coin. Who is going to help develop Africa, even if you have the capital to develop Africa? And so, given all of the intellectual capacity in this room today, I mean, I'm amazed. I'm an economics by major, and so we have Professor of Economics. I'm always happy to be in their company and to debate development, specifically political economic development of the nation. I've been given 45 minutes to talk to you today, and for me, I wish I could have been a teacher or a professor for a little bit, because I like interaction. So I will talk, I will give the lecture, but I hope we can have a discourse and a little bit of debate towards the end of this. I'm not going to be very good at names, but I think the professor that spoke before me talked about youth, the power of youth, the size of youth in Africa. So I'm not going to repeat too much of that. Specifically, Africa has the youngest population in the world. We all know that. And by 2030, which is just around the corner, 5 years from now, 42% of the world population or global youth will be Africans, right? We can either use that to our advantage or we could be left out. The good news today is that the world is giving everybody the same math equation. And I will say that because AI, everybody is at ground zero with AI. What can we use it for, right? We were pretty much left out in the Industrial Revolution, right? We still need industrialization. Africa is not industrialized. The beauty of it is that now we have AI, now we have robotics. Perhaps our own industrialization could look different. It could be a shorter time period. It will be a shorter time period, but it needs focus, right? And so as you guys go on with this fancy AI, robotics, green economy, you can name it all the fancy names. We have to eat. We need where we are going to sleep. We need food. We have to eat. We need where we're going to sleep, right? We need security, some form of security every day of our life. We need what to wear, how to clothe ourselves, how to clean our houses, just the basic stuff. Like if we can get the basic stuff done, we'll be in a better place. And I always tell people, I grew up in Nigeria and then went to the US. I would say the US is not any better. What they're good at is branding basic necessities. Once you remove that basic necessity, everybody will be on the streets. And that's what's happening in the US today. We're not different from them, they're not different from us. It's not the color of our skin that makes us different. It's that security, that basic security that makes them different from us. And I always say every American citizen, most American citizens, 99% of American citizens are one paycheck away from being on the street. We saw it during COVID, right? In California where I grew up, as soon as people didn't have daily livelihood, people started snatching people's bags on the street. It's the same equation everywhere. Economics is the same thing. Politics is the same thing everywhere. So I want us to calm down a bit to just make sure we know that the same solutions could work if we just add our own cultural context and where we are in the period of history we are in. The second thing I would like to just make sure we have understanding of is that we cannot change what we don't understand. Politics is everybody's business. The economy is everybody's business. I always tell people when I went to business school, everybody can come into business school. Engineers, in fact, my class was mainly engineers. Engineers can come to business school. Doctors can come to business school. Social scientists can come to business school. I cannot go the other way around. Like, I cannot be a doctor just by taking the GMAT, but they need to understand the economic context of any nations that they operate in it. They need to understand the policy that would really shape their own businesses, that would really shape their own profession as well. So the first things first, we're not different. The color of our skin doesn't matter. Where we live doesn't matter. The second thing is politics is everybody's business, so we all have to get involved, right? And the third thing is that we have the population demographics to make that happen, right? All right, I think that's a good starting point. we're in Unilag right now. Does Unilag have any course, like, let's just say, first year course that talks about the history of Nigeria or the political economic history of Nigeria? Does everybody have to take that? That is a problem. Right? So when I compare, so we start doing some comparison. The reason why an average American or an average young person in America is so involved and so charged is that every one of them understands the history of America. They've been taught the history of America since they were young. They are so patriotic. They're so proud of their country because they understand how they got to where they are. How we get to where we are, or where we are right now, how we got here, it's very important. So one of our missions at Afara is that that curriculum has to get out there. It has to be developed, it has to be distributed, it has to be engaged with, right? No matter what you're studying in college, right? I specifically like universities as a form of change because if you go to the history of why universities were created, all the social scientists, professors here should be very proud of themselves. The reason why universities were created is to solve some of our biggest problems in the world, societal business problems in the world. And so social sciences are more important than any other type of science. So for the economics majors out here, that intellectual engine of higher education belongs to you. You need to get into the lab. I know you don't use those words enough. Your lab is human beings. Your lab is the economy, right? So there is lab work for you to do, right? There's policy for you to change, and you have to design it in a lab before you introduce it to the real world. What does that look like, right? So that's another thing I would say. Universities, any computer science, I'm not trying to, demean computer scientists, but I don't think you need to be in university to do engineering, computer science. You can easily go and just start learning the technical skills of those courses. But social science, the ability to change the course of humans from a perspective of their day-to-day lives requires a lot of people sitting at the table, the anthropologist, the economist, the political scientist, before anything can go out there and be tested on humans, on our day-to-day lives, right? And so I hope that makes you have a sense of urgency, and it's a turnaround point for everybody in this room as well. So we talked about the demographics of Africa. We know that currently we're not investing enough in that demographic. And if I could show you what it could look like if we continue on the path that we're on, I have a diagram, but I don't think I'm going to show you today. If we continue on the path that we are on in Nigeria, for example, we're growing at less than 3%. We need to be growing at more than double that, right? Maybe 3 times, 4 times that, for you to actually see a drastic change and a turn in direction, right? We have about 70 million unemployed youth, right? To change that, you need to create 50 million jobs very quickly, because there are more people coming into that as well. Almost every year, we need to start creating 50 million jobs for the next 5-6 years, right? If we're going to get there. So it just shows you that unless we refocus, and the leadership of the country actually says, we want to invest in youth, right? I find it very, when people are talking about Africa, I find it very, almost like a slap in the face when we have a whole day of conference. We talk about everything, but we don't talk about young people. It's our greatest asset. It should be our greatest worry today, right? But we don't always talk about it. Mandela said, history will judge us by the difference we make in the everyday life of young people. So for people that like us that are not young anymore, I have sleepless nights living up to that quote every day. And that's why Afara Initiative was created. What do we do at Afara Initiative? One, for the last 10 years, we've been building the next generations of leaders of Nigeria quietly. Our goal is that by 2030, there are 5,000 equipped leaders in Nigeria in critical roles across the country. We've started to see the turn of that right now, because at least some of them they've been out of school for the last 7 years, and we gave them 10 years to get to those roles, right? So we've been investing in that. Our next phase will be investing in bringing new, fresh blood into the political scene, right? How do we fund their political ambition, and in an ethical way, right? It has to be much more than, my father was a senator, so I become a senator. My grandfather knows the senator. We need more, so we need to groom more, right? We need to groom more. We need to groom people that have chosen this pathway. They've raised their hand that they want to go through this, and they need the capital, just like businesses need capital, entrepreneurs need capital, right? Politics needs capital. And so our next phase, now that these students are ready, we pick them up. In fact, I think our first class had almost 90% Unilag students. We started from 9 people. This year we're taking 500 people this year. So we're getting closer to that 5,000 number. The second thing we do, right, we call these ones, the first one, we call them, they're quite special. Our goal is to invest very deep in them, so it can't be too many people, so it's 5,000 number. The second one is to address the youth unemployment, and that's a bit of a bigger push for us. In the same time period, our goal is to get to 50,000 of those people and be able to place them in jobs around the world. Today, we're not a net exporter of jobs. That's where we need to get to. But today, we're definitely net importer of jobs, of positions, right? So we would rather hire someone that knows how to do the work to come into Nigeria to do the work. What we need to do is make sure our university graduates are equipped enough. We have enough of them here because we will have the most useful population that are doing the work here. But in addition to that, we can send some of them to other countries that want to develop like ours. Like we can send them to Saudi Arabia, we can send them to the US, we can send them to Korea, we can send them anywhere. So that's a goal, to have that net exporter. So our first mandate is to make sure young people, university graduates, are globally competitive and future fit. What does that mean? Globally competitive means that we're not going to place you in jobs, but when you're standing with your Indian, Turkish, Arab counterparts, they would always pick you. And we did a test this year. There's an institution that's about 80 years old in America called the Mohead Kane Foundation. They've been funding underrepresented and underserved youth in North America and a little bit of Europe for the last 80 years to go to University of North Carolina. And this year they decided that they wanted to expand outside of the US. And they came to us to partner with them in Nigeria. We're not the only organization, but we led the partnership. At the end of it, only our Farah fellows were picked in Nigeria. They went to Turkey, they went to India, and then they came back to us and it's like, where did you find those people? How do you pick those people? We want to do a case study on how you pick those people. I couldn't tell them the answer other than what our goal is. They need to be able to compete with their Indian counterparts, their Turkish counterpart, without forcing you to pick them. You tell them they are better. So that's the first thing. And testing that and getting that result was one of the greatest joy I had this year. To say we're doing something right, we need to double down and continue to do that. So that's that. So this student will be going to UNC for a year, and they will have to come back to Unilag to finish their education. So this is not jackpot, this is a 1-year program. They'll give them $100,000 to do research. So they will give them $100,000. They will be embedded in the student body. But the idea is that they should do research about what they can bring back to Nigeria. And after a year, they come here and they graduate from Unilag. Unilag is still their home institution. Okay, so I guess they're telling me I'm bragging too much, so I'll stop there. So let's continue. But that's what we do. And finally, it's my goal that we take on NYSC. Ooh. Thank you. Yes. So, for me, when I thought about starting Afar, and I will continue in 2 minutes, I came to Nigeria for my NYSC for a year, and that's what drove me to start Afar. And so as we continue on this journey, the question is, once we get to 50,000 in 2030, what happens next? Thank you. What happens next? And for me, the only logical step, given that NYSC, or like the universities, is another place where you have young people as a captive audience, right? And it's the gateway to workforce and leadership. What can we spend that 1 year doing with young people? How can we redirect them in that 1 year? Right? So it's another chance. If you've missed those 2 chances, this is another chance for us to ensure that we chip at the 15 million jobs a year. So for me, Afar has committed to contributing 1 million jobs a year, to equip and to place people in 1 million jobs a year in the next 10 years. Yeah, thank you. In Africa there'll be about 1.1 billion people at working age. That's another stat. So even when we think about 1 million a year, it's still not enough. So who else out there, right, will be doing this? And I think the universities are a good place for us to speed that number of qualified qualified graduates. Okay. The other piece is the power of the next generation. And for me here is about shifting from hustle to innovation. We hustle a lot in Nigeria. I've been here, I've started spending most of my time here since last year. And man, I don't know, man. I have to give props to everybody that lives in Nigeria, because no given day is the same. First of all, I don't know how it's affordable. It's not affordable. The second thing is just the friction cost is very high, and people don't have clarity. Hustle means you don't have clarity. Anything that comes your way is what you go for, right? So today, instead of saying you have a major that you're doing, I'll tell you to declare a mission, right? To what end are you in school, right? Okay, so you're studying communication, and so what? What are you trying to change? How are you going to apply the skill sets? So one thing is to declare a major, and I know a lot of you are in the major that you don't like. I was giving a talk at PAU last week, and a lady raised her hand and said, I studied computer science, and I don't want to be a computer scientist. I'm in my final year. What do I do? And that's the story of a lot of people, because this is a system that doesn't allow you to change direction quick enough, right? I mean, in the US, I could change my major every year until I'm in my final year. I could take an extra year just to study music, like, because that's what I want to do, right? So without that flexibility, an organization like Afara becomes important, because it gives you a chance to study a minor program, right? So you could be studying medicine in Unilag. You have to get those grades. You have to get that diploma. But maybe you're interested in investment banking. And over 2 years, your job is to get equipped by those investment banking skill sets. And so when you graduate, if you don't want to be a doctor, maybe you'll be an investment banker in the medical field, and your industry will be medical. So it will be easier for you to serve your customers because you understand the lingo, but you want to do something else. So take your mind off of hustle. Think innovation. Think to what end? What is my mission? What am I trying to use this to change? What am I trying to use it to build? Right? And it doesn't mean you have to be an entrepreneur. There's something called intrapreneur, going into a company that exists already. I'm sure there are a lot of business owners here. Going into a business that exists already and having an entrepreneurship mindset. You go there and you ask the person that owns that business, what is your dream? How do I help you get there? What do you want me to change? How do I have sleepless nights to get this to a reality? How do we share in the success? Because also, I'm not telling you to give your whole life and you don't have, a story to tell. But entrepreneurship is very hard. I don't even know why people tell you to go that route, right? It's nice when you succeed, but it's brutal when you don't succeed. The beauty about entrepreneurship, why everybody likes it so much, is because it's a catalyst for many more jobs and a catalyst to solutions. But I've seen some of our fellows that have that entrepreneurship spirit take along 50 more fellows to the company that they've dreamed to build, and all of those fellows and all of the rest of them are entrepreneurs, helping that person achieve that vision, but in the same relentless, with the same relentless focus, ruthless prioritization, ruthless focus as they would do if it was their business. Right? I would tell you today, if you're focused on the salary that you're going to get right at the end of your fourth year, your first job, you're focused on the wrong thing. Your focus needs to be your journey map. Where do I want to be in the next 5 years? What do I want to build? What solution, what problem, out of all the problems we have in Nigeria, what is your own mission? What is the solution that you're going to provide? If it's solar, deepen your understanding on what solar is going to look like in the next 30 years, not what it is now. Use that foundation that you've been given here to redesign the future of solar energy. Right? For me, if you're not thinking along those lines, university graduates, elites, you guys are elites. You're a very tiny percentage that has been given higher education by the system. That makes you an elite. I don't care if you don't have money right now, you're an elite. An elite member of the society, more is required of you. More is required of you, specifically. Number two, if you have higher education, you have the intellectual capacity to design solution, right? And you don't want that to go to waste. That would be a bad investment on your time as well. I mean, for us that are older, we know youthfulness is not forever, right? So it goes by very fast. So you need a 5-year plan, and after that you need a 10-year plan, right? You need to be able to visualize what you will look like. You need to be able to write. I do mine every 5 years. I'm currently on a sabbatical, and I did one 2 weeks ago. Coming out of the sabbatical, 4 months, in the next 4 months, what do I want to have achieved? What does my next 5 years look like? If you're not reflecting and building at the same time, you'll be left behind. And you've just invested 4, 5, 6 years of your life, of your most productive life in here. You better be doing something to make it clear to you on what you're going to be fixing and how you're going to build your own life alongside what you're fixing, right? So that's from shifting from hustle to innovation, specifically. And you have many people that have come through the same system and have gone on to build multi-million-dollar companies, right? You have Life Bank by Temi Giwa. You have that has built a few companies in a short time, right? Africa's future belongs to young people, but we must believe in them enough to invest. So for me, Afara is an investment because I believe in young people. I dream youth, right? Because there's a point at my age right now, there are things you bring to me and I'm like, I can't do it. I just can't. I can't start all over. I can't help you. And then I will put it in my chat groups with all the young, innovative people. I'm like, does anybody want to try and solve this problem, right? And that quote was by Amina Mohammed, UN Deputy Secretary General. She had that role for several years, and she was an advocate of youth. Another person that's an advocate of youth, and I'm sure his work will continue, is Adesina, who for 10 years was managing the Africa Development Bank and is now retired, right? What is he going to do next? I know he has a flair for agriculture, but you also have a love for young people. So for us, today, our educational system is not good, but the beauty of it is that we have technology. We even have AI. When I left my job to focus on Afara full-time, I'm an investor by trade, so I deploy capital to business. I buy businesses and sell businesses, to make it short, right? So when I left my job to focus on Afara full-time, 18 months ago, I wasn't using AI for my job. Today, I'm helping the Sovereign Fund of Nigeria with a project with another company that is 150 years old, UAC, and I can't do anything without AI. Like, even if, like, I write a whole thesis and drop it in ChatGPT and I say, does my train of thought make sense? What would you add? Even as little as that. Or I'll type an email and before I'm like, who cares if there's a comma there? But it's like, now you have the tool, right? So I'm like, I'll just put the word grammar and it will tell me where it can change the grammar for me, right? However, I will tell the young people, this is for the old people, by the way, this is not for you. You brought us the technology, but we can use it better because we have the foundation. There are times that I've had maybe an hour argument with ChatGPT. But if I don't know what I'm doing, I cannot have that argument. I'm like, dude, that's not the document I gave you. That's not what I told you to do. Why are you giving me this answer? And it takes like 3 times for ChatGPT to apologize and say, yeah, I lost the document. And I'm like, how far into this did you lose the document? And he's like, oh, okay, maybe just like 5 minutes ago. So you know everything he gave you 5 minutes ago, I don't know where he got it from. So there's a little bit of work you still have to do to use ChatGPT. So I think of innovation, think about it. It's going to get better, of course. But think about it as a companion, not relegate your duties and rights and, learning 100% to it. I've been on panels where I'm like, come on. Yeah, you can use ChatGPT because you can't read out of ChatGPT. So I will tell you, ChatGPT is your companion, it's not going to take your brain away, right? At some point, it's going to hit a roadblock, meaning if you keep feeding in what he fed you, no new information will come up. So humans still have to create the new information. And that's why I'm telling you, declare a mission. You have the baseline knowledge. ChatGPT will scan the universe for you to give you a better education on the topic that you're trying to solve. But ultimately, who solves the problem is you. Who has the local context? You. Who can see the road, the pothole? Who will go there and measure it? Maybe a robot will measure it now, right? But you have to take the robot. If you're on this campus, motivational speaker. I'm not a motivational speaker. I'm a doer, right? When I came here, I was more than 10 years young, right? My first thing is like, why is this like this? I did the NYSC, but I'm like, this could be like such an opportunity. Like, you get to get everyone to work on problems that are important to the government and the development of this nation for a year, and we don't get anything out of it. In fact, I would tell you, a month ago, I was on this group. There's somebody called Wendy Cobb. She's mentioned in like books like Good to Great and the likes. And last year, I met her for the first time at United Nations General Assembly, and she put a team of 20 together. And the last meeting we had 2 months ago, there's a gentleman that works in the, gets grants from the government and works on something. And when I was giving a talk to 20 of them about Nigeria and about Farah's work, and I got to NYSC and it's like, oh, our model is modeled after NYSC. And they did that in the 80s or 90s, early 90s. They took that model and they ran with it. And it looks very different from what we that developed the model have done with it. And he asked me a question. He says, do your leaders reference NYSC at all? I couldn't remember our president, Tinubu, mentioning NYSC in the last 18 months, maybe 24 months, I don't know. Nothing, right? And that gave me, it kind of stimulated some urgency. I've always known NYSC camp and 1 year to be a catalyst for what we are looking for in young people, but just my head was swelling, but at the same time I was ashamed, both of them at the same time. So what do we do with this, right? Imagine if we took people for 1 year, make sure they're ready for work, and actually place them on where they're qualified. They told me to go teach English. I don't understand English, to be honest, right? But I wish they sent me to develop some economic models for the government. I'd just finished my MBA, right? Like I wasn't an undergrad. I'm a fully professional, right? And they could have deployed me better. I would have stayed there. I would have earned my $100 a month or less now. I think it's still at 19. They changed it at my own time to 19, and I think it's still at 19. And obviously the exchange rate is very different. So there's a lot of opportunity there. And there are things that we should be proud about. So there are different case studies of people that have done this in the world. The question is, what does Nigeria want to do? So we can use Rwanda as an example. That drove with ICT. 70% of their population is under 35 as well, but most of them are in key ministerial position. Forget of what you think about President Kagame. Let's forget that for a minute. But in terms of the structures that he has put in place, I don't want to talk about what power he has and what power he doesn't have, but the fact that he literally was pro-youth, and he put them in positions of power, not by who they know, but because they were qualified. I know friends that he brought in from MIT for Harvard to say, come and lead A, come and lead B, right? And there are people locally as well that he put in positions and says, come and lead A, come and lead B at 30, in their 30s. Because that's what you have, right? You have more young people than old people, so they should be young, right? And he's not too young. Right? Obama was president at what age? Clinton was president at what age? All their people very well, and they tell you, bring the jobs, we'll do it for a fraction of the price, right? Just sit in your cushy San Francisco, right? And we'll do it in a fraction of the time, right? And that's how they developed their country in a short period, right? They rode that IT boom and created over 4.4 million jobs and $200 billion in export of talent, right? So then you have Vietnam. They drove by manufacturing growth, right? Median age is 32, literacy age is 95. Government created youth unemployment program that aligned with industry like manufacturing. And that's how they were able to grow. They do electronics, they do textiles, solar panel, all our solar panel, we're importing it in, right? So we're losing a lot of value. You know, a lot of people don't even understand. Before the Dangote refinery, something that you produce so well, you send it back out and say you owe them rent. That's something, right? And I guess I've done a lot of advocacy this year, which is not usually me, but if last month I was in LA at the Milken Institute conference, and they put all of us in a room, right? I hope this is not being recorded. There were about maybe 25 of us from across Africa. And I won't mention their names, but there were two banking executives from Nigeria there, and then EcoBank, one of EcoBank founder, I won't tell you who, but to our faces, they're just three Caucasian American. I'm trying to use, I don't want to be canceled, guys, but Caucasian American women that literally looked at us in our faces and said, the only thing the US needs from Africa is minerals. And we didn't have a response because we don't have one. It would have been good. Everybody just calm down. We had been talking, you know how Nigerians talk and you're passionate and the girl was just like, what are we talking about here? The only thing we're interested in is minerals. That's all you can give to us right now. You can't give us anything else. That's a shame. And that's with us in the room. Imagine what they're saying without us in the room. Nah, guys. We need to change something. And I know it's hard. I'm not telling you it's easy. Like I said, I'm not coming here to motivate you. It's hard. Everything is hard. If you've read the book, The Hard Things About Hard Things, is that it's hard. If it was not hard, everybody should be in university. If it was not hard, everybody should be doing what you're doing. If it was not hard to make money, everybody should be Mark Zuckerberg. If it was not hard to be president, everybody should be Bola Tinubu, right? It's hard. It doesn't matter how they got there. And that's why I didn't want to talk about President Kagame. That's a topic for a different day. They've done hard things. It's uncomfortable, but I tell you to seek discomfort. That's the only way to grow. That's the only way to get to the destination. Sitting here in your comfortable spot, looking for a cushy job, it's not going to make you stand out. Right? You will not stand out. You'll be one of many. And if you want to be one of many, that's fine. That's fine. But if you want to be one of, then there's a different track for you. And for us at Afara, that's the bridge track. If you want to be one of few, that's the pathway track. But if you want to be one of many, we don't have a space for you. You have to go somewhere else because you don't even get into any of the programs anyways. Right? So I urge you today to choose to be one of few or one of, those are the only two choices. And I hope most of you are in the one of category. We look at South Korea. They focused on education and nation building. We have a lot of people would use Singapore, and everybody would be like, oh, but it's a small country. Okay, let's use Lagos State. Why was I late this morning? Thank God it started later. It was raining, and literally 15 minutes of rain. I had to change what I was wearing because I had to change my car. And then there was flood already. Right? And so, what are we going to build when we don't have basic infrastructure? Where do we even start from? We're talking about technology. Technology to what extent? When you don't have strong Wi-Fi, data centers, right? You need the foundation. Imagine if I built $200 million worth of data center and then flood came and washed it off. What will I tell my investors? It's as good as those people that will say, snake ate the money. Right? Because you can't explain it to anyone. How do you explain to people that they only use logic? That the money they gave you one Thursday morning, as we were driving, you could see the water just rise and sweep off all the electronics that we've bought, and we don't have any data anymore. So infrastructure, don't let us get fancy. And when we get fancy, use it first. Your generation cannot use it first for the problems we have. And the problems we have is that unless we feed ourselves, things will be expensive. Simple. If everything, somebody was saying how we import fish. Who knows that we import fish? What kind of fish do we import? All the fancy things. Panla. They even gave it a Nigerian, well, maybe it's not even a Nigerian name. Who knows? Maybe it's not a Nigerian name, but it's bizarre. I'm laughing, but it's mind-blowing. I lived in South Africa before I moved to Nigeria, and after COVID, South Africa was one of the only countries in the world that had, for them it was high inflation, but for everybody else that was not high inflation. The inflation was at 7%. What? Why? Because they can feed themselves. They might not buy luxury things for a few years, but they have food, they have electricity, they have water. Food is cheap. When I moved to South Africa 10 years ago, There was a shop next to my house that I used to go to, and within 2 years, of course I don't know when they started, but within 2 years, that section that used to have the British cookies and stuff like that, I just saw it emptied out slowly, and there was a version of McVitie's that was South African, a version of, something else that was South African. 2 years. So that's a country with a mission, right? South Africa has not grown for the last 15 years, but they're still able to maintain inflation that low in a case where the world had a crisis. They have healthcare. In fact, I must say their healthcare for me, they might not have as much money, but it's better than the US healthcare system. That's my perspective. Now, everything is private, but US is also not really public health, right? So that is the kind of impact you can make when you solve the basic problems. And history would remember you. Think about it. History will remember you. We remember Ken Saro-Wiwa. We remember the people that fought for this country in different ways, right? Economically, we remember Fela culturally, right? And I'm not saying everybody should go and stand in line and put their lives in danger. It's by what you work on. If it's not going to move the needle, you shouldn't have taken somebody's spot in this university. You're sitting on somebody's spot that could have used that opportunity for something bigger than them. If you're still thinking of self and you're in university, you've wasted 4 years of your life. Period. So even if you're about to graduate, I will tell you to rethink everything. By the time I meet you or run into you somewhere in the world, I hope you would be able to articulate your mission, your progress to that mission, and what you're looking forward to in the next 5 years from the time we spoke today. So what does vision for, let's just say 2040, what Nigeria could be if this generation leads? We need you guys. When today's students are in their 30s, Nigeria could be, just imagine, the top 10 global economy in the world by purchasing power. What does that mean for you? Imagine all these things that you're solving means that our purchasing power or our GDP per capita is in the top 10. What does that mean for future generation? What would their salary be? NYS is definitely not going to be, what did I say it was now? 19,000. NYSC will be paying you $50,000. That's an internship paying you $50,000. That's what you're building for, right? Africa will have Africa and Nigeria, because Nigeria is the biggest giant of Africa, sleeping giant, but biggest giant of Africa. The largest workforce, a hub for green industrialization, a net job creator, and governance is data-driven, inclusive, and youth-informed. So it's everything we've talked about. Data-driven governance, everybody's involved. A society where youth are informed, youth are involved, is inclusive, it's not only for a selected few. We'll be exporting jobs, but we would have used our own talent to create our own economy. We will be exporting a lot more than oil, so green industrialization, and then the largest workforce in the world and the top 10 global economies. So just imagine that. So as youth, what would be your role in this? You'll be policy shapers, job creators, nation builders, and global competitors, winning not because of pity, but because you're excellent. Nation builders, investing in infrastructure, digital ID, clean energy, health, agriculture. job creators, scaling ventures, employing hundreds of people, and not just hustling. Policy shapers, running for office, leading ministries, rewriting outdated system. What would we need for us to get there? The first one is foundational education, the 21st century skills in addition to your major. Capital. If you don't like talking about money, I'm not saying you should be obsessed with money, but if you don't like talking about money, you're in trouble. Because there's nothing, it doesn't matter how small it is, money, capital unlocks. Capital unlocks, right? And then policy voice, mentorship, right? Representation in decision making and institutional support. What are the areas we should be looking at in terms of sectors? Light manufacturing, we have to feed ourselves. I will keep repeating that. Unless you do that, we're not going anywhere. It doesn't matter how fancy. You can go to the moon, but you'll be back with us, and we still would not be able to feed ourselves, and your family and community will still not have food, and they would not be lifted out of poverty. Agro-processing, clean energy, health, biotech, digital economy, creative industries, logistics, trade, right? It still costs us more to move something from Abuja to Lagos than from China to Lagos. That's a problem. So there's a lot of things. You can pick one of these theses and dedicate a significant portion of your most productive life, which is the age of 21 to about 45, to building a solution for this. So, for Nigeria, there are two possibilities. We either stay where we are if we don't do anything and continue to grow at below 3% with 50% plus youth unemployment, marginalized, donor-dependent, unrest, migration, 17 plus million unemployed youth, weak institution, reliant on exports. Or we can start growing at 6 to 7%, creating 10 to 50 million new jobs every year, become the regional powerhouse and talent exporter, lower crime and increased civic participation, have 70 million skilled youth, repurpose those youth for productive national assets, and have a youth-driven governance system, and a thriving economy that focuses on all of those industry that I've mentioned. Yeah, so for me, that's what I came to talk about today. How can I help? I think I've already started making a mark by what I do at Afara or what we do at Afara, but I'm also looking to do more to speed up the process. I'll pause here and thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lara, for that lecture. I'm pretty sure it was very insightful, wasn't that? Yes. So right now we'll be having a question and answer section. I believe we have questions, maybe something that we want to start off because it's something she spoke heavily about. So if you have any question, please signify and Usher will come to you with a mic. Thank you. There's someone behind. Oh, okay. We'll get back to you. Okay, there's someone behind, yeah.
Okay, so good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Daniel, a final year student of the Department of Political Science. And I believe the question I have to ask is probably a hard one, but it's the reality we face in this country. So I want to ask you, what can you say to people who can't actually focus on a journey map because on your journey map, because of the fact that we are surviving in a country that is actually out for us. I won't lie. I was watching a video yesterday, and it might seem like just basic content, but it spoke to the reality of youth, and not just youth, everybody in our country today. We're in a country that doesn't allow for growth. We're in a country that only allows for basic survival. They are key to our growth, but the environment would not allow for that. So what can you actually say to people like us today? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, again, I cannot dismiss the reality and what you go through every day. But I can also think through several generations that came before us. In any country you pick, like, countries that went through war and rebuilt themselves, communities that were exiled and went to rebuild somewhere else. You need to, this is my perspective, you need to collaborate a little bit more on what this generation wants to be known for. It just requires, it doesn't have to be political, it could just be economical as well. It requires focus, like to say, where do we want to make an impact? Because we keep pointing at government, but I think there's a mindset issue in Nigeria as well. And this cuts across government, individuals, businesses. There are few of this mindset that is holding all of us back. One of them is short-termism, meaning I want it now. I can't think of building and getting more. I can only think about now, right? And you look at all of the properties that are going up, right? That used to be single-family residence in a place where we do not have, let's even take the most elite part of Lagos, Ikoyi. Let's think about it. Those, like if you go on Bodilon, where our president lives, or used to live, right? All of those used to be single-family residents, and we already have an infrastructure problem. Now we are building hundreds of apartments on each of those lands with no planned infrastructure, right? As much as there's a blueprint for Lagos, nobody has said, how are you going to serve 120 people? So that's short-termism, right? And it's the same reason why I said, if you look at just get at your first job, you're looking at life wrong. So my first thing is collaboration, peer collaboration with the people around you right now to say, where are we going to make a dent, right? University, no matter how poor you are, rich you are, everybody's on a plain level field, right? People want to work with you, right? There's a social economic mix-up. People will come from different perspectives. Somebody will bring money, somebody will bring ideas, somebody will bring, kind of put together the Fantastic Five for solar or energy independence, the Fantastic Five for food security, and build from that. You're still in a safe space, no matter how hard you think it is right now. When you start working, when there's responsibility and expectations, that's harder than where you are right now. So where you are right now, I would say, is about collaboration, number one, and taking your mind off of that short-termism perspective. Take your mind off of also doing a job and thinking about the work. What is your life work, right? What are you solving? As long as you're solving a problem, right? Or as long as you're the best at what you do, I don't think you should think about Nigeria as the only option for you, short term, sometimes longer term. We would always all come home, but sometimes it's not the best place to start, right? it's not the best place to start. So when I'm talking about community as well, I'm thinking we have internet right now, right? Think about community outside of Nigeria, right? How do you sit here and dream with somebody that is sitting in Norway in your thinking about what the future looks like? I think it's a shame, and unless there's someone interested in young people, unfortunately, there's no way we can erase all of this all at once. So it's almost like a fight for survival, but a sustainable survival and the future where you're sitting in a decision-making seat and you can make a different choice. Because to be honest, again, don't record me. For friends that I feel this administration has been good in bringing young people in, but I'm a bit disappointed in what we've seen so far in terms of focus on education, youth, and what we're going to do on them. I mean, there's a lot of talk about it, but I've not seen that implementation that allows us to say, because we need leadership to say, over the next 30 years, maybe that's even long, over the next 10 years, youth is our focus. These are the industries. Nigeria needs to pick 2 industries where they think they can compete, and that's what we should drive our universities, our schools to provide talent for, right? But that's a national strategy. So unless we do that, unfortunately, we will have to have micro solutions, but I hope your micro solution is not just you, but it's a bit bigger than you, so that if you fall, you have a lot of people to pick you up. So for us at Afara, we let our fellows fall so that they know that there's somebody that is going to hold them up so they can fail forward, right? You need to fail forward. You need an environment that allows you to face forward. One such environment is where you are now. The second one is, organizations, the fellowships and organizations that allow you to test and get out there. So that's what I would say. Unfortunately, there's no erasure. There's no way to erase what you're feeling, and there's no quick solution to that.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for her, please. So because we're a little tight on time, we'll be taking only 2 more questions. So if you have a question, do signify. So that's 1. Who's the second person? There's one over there. Okay, we're going to take all 3 together. Is that fine? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mrs. Rabiu. My name is Akinyemi Akinfe, a visual impaired student of History and Strategic Studies, 300 level. So as a student of history, I realized that Africans, need a lot of reformation when it comes to the educational system and also our knowledge. When I mean knowledge, name it, our technology, company, all sectors in the economy, basically. And then I came up with an initiative called Affects Hub, that's Africans Educated Solutions Hub. We would have, think tanks, innovators come around, no matter the sector, come around, and we're going to deliberate on how we can, build these particular countries, not just Nigeria, but Africa at large, where we're having a value chain, a big, value chain. Everybody, if you need a technology expert, you would see them there. But my issue now is, how do I go about it? Because I wouldn't want to make any mistake, and I would so